good morning, and welcome to the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon. Hello. And the winner is UC Santa Cruz. And go music, go lights.
Is that okay? Am I clear? So can I take it away from the? Okay, good. Okay, guys, it's my great honor to be here, and I'm so happy to have you here. It is really a great opportunity that can share some opinion here. And my name is Li Yiming, come from Zhejiang Normal University, and I'm the teacher of the School of Economic and Management, and also the faculty advisor of the joint team between ZGNU, Zhejiang Normal University, and UC San Diego. So the team name is Cyber Ranger. You know, it's really exciting. The main topic here I want to share to everyone is that because guys in this site call me Robert. Okay, so just for easier way, you can call me Robert. And at the first meeting to most everyone in this OCSD, I will just give a very brief self-introduction. The first sentence is, I'm Robert, or I'm Li Yiming, you can call me Robert. The second sentence is, I come from China, because we're maybe the only international team in the OCSD this time. And the third sentence is that this is my third time to attend the decathlon competition. So here is my topic is to share some idea about these three experience in the decathlon competition, including this one, OCSD. So here is the first one. I said that I had a very long history with decathlon, especially solar decathlon. In 2013, this is my first time to attend solar decathlon. That is a decathlon held in China. This decathlon is the first time that China and the United States work together to hold a solar decathlon in China, not in the United States. So this is the picture that at that time when all the teams are finished and there's an exhibition period. And this competition is very, very unique because not only it is the first time that China and US work together to hold, it is just a result and the result of the two government cooperation. In 2011, the chairman Hu Jintao, People's Republic of China, visit United States and make agreement with President Obama that they introduce the solar decathlon into China. So in 2013, so this is the first time that China held the solar decathlon with the US. So at that time, the host city is Datong City, Shanxi province in China. I'm not so sure whether you're familiar with the area in China, but this is a very unique city because this city used to be the so-called coal capital of China, which produced a lot of coal, which is a traditional fossil energy in China, and to help the generate power, electricity, and help support the heavy industry in China. The reason why China choose this location as a host city is that at that period, this core capital, this core city of China is facing a transforming process. That is, China want to balance the current interest and the long-term interest. So they want to transfer the previous development model relying on coal and fossil energy into clean energy. That is maybe 20 years ago. So make the all development much more cleaner and green. So Datong City is also a very perfect example for this transforming, because under this situation, Datong is facing, because, for example, the pollutions, for example, the low efficiency of the development at that time strongly rely on the traditional electricity. And also, after so many years of mining, the coal under Datong City is almost exhausted. So the city, as well as the whole country, thinking about what to do next. How can we transform from the traditional development model? So they figured out several ways. For example, at that time, Datong is using a very low-cost energy to support the heavy industry, because they got the advantage of the energy cost, right? Because they dig the whole mine, the whole themselves. But once the coal is digged out, used up, there are a lot of abandoned coal mines. So these mines can provide very, very cheap land, which almost just the free rent for a solar farm. So the Datong City, they figured out that maybe they can install or build some solar farm instead of the coal mine, just on this coal mine, abandoned coal mine, for the free use of the land. So that also will cause a very low cost of energy. So this is a way to transfer from the traditional fossil energy industry into the renewable energy. So this is a way. And also there another solution that they take full advantage of the abandoned coal mine, which is they use the abandoned mining well, as a way to store energy, right? Because they just use it just like a lift. When there's electricity enough or more than enough electricity, they use a lift to hold the load, hold the stone, just getting up, and then it is stored in this method, in this form. So this is another way to store the energy and generate power. So Datong City is more likely a kind of example for China's transforming from the fossil energy industry to the renewable energy industry. So I believe that is the reason why China picked Datong City as the first site for China's first solar decathlon in China. So that is the background of the SDC, the first time SDC. So at that time, it was my great honor to be the team leader at that time to attend the first solar decathlon in China. So that is the design of our building. This is what we call the future tent, because we come from Inner Mongolia. So Inner Mongolia is more likely Montana in the United States, a little bit north, and a lot of grassland, a little bit dry, but still a lot of grassland. So, cow is really good. The sheep is very good, just like cowboy. And people just move following the animals. So, traditional Mongolian people, they just, raise a lot of cows and sheep and go along with these animals from one place to another. So most of them, traditionally, they use tents, very, Mongolian-style tents, and they move from one side to another. So a new problem for this kind of lifestyle is that they want that life modernized. They want lightnings, they want, refrigerators. Sometimes no need for that because it's pretty cold in Mongolia. But television, sometimes internet, sometimes a washing machine, that is sounds necessary for the modern life on the grassland. So it just create a very strong demand for this lifestyle to get modernized and more clean, the requirement of the electricity, and also the clean energy. So based on this kind of demand, we try to design a mobile house, which is very close to traditional tank, and also provide clean energy for the modern life for these people, the Mongolian people. So this is basically the design of our previous house, greenhouse. So it is, you can see that it's covered with all the panels. And we call it the Mongolian tank, but on the shape, it is not exactly the traditional shape of the Mongolian tank. It is more likely, we're just kidding. It's like a temple, more like a temple in the grassland. So this is our first time to attend. And, this is based on the steel, and we just modularize this house, and we separated it into different parts, especially in the main structure. And then most of the job are finished at the factory, but also we install most of the structure on site. So this is what has the exhibition period in this solar decathlon China. And in this competition, as a student team leader, what I really get from this competition is that I feel that most of the job, including designing, including finish, and construction, installing, are finished by student ourselves. That is what happened in the first SDC. And that, I think, that benefit us the most. As you see that this is the designing stage, we have so many meetings, team meetings, conference, and we just discuss with different teams, different sub-teams, and the faculty advisors. But however, design process is still based on students' brainstorm. And also, we just adjust the design for several times, and we try to find out a more efficient way to deliver this house. So we figured some approach to do this, use a crane, and we try to use the smallest crane and the most efficient way to use this crane in this case. And also the students are just not only design the electricity and the solar panel system, but also they install themselves with the help of some safety gear. So I myself has installed about maybe 30% of these panels. That's really a heavy job, a lot of job, because we almost use about 150 pieces of panels there. So it is really working hard. So you see that that's all the students doing, installing the water heating system and also the circuit system. Although, sometimes the arrangement of the wires really terrible, but anyway, they made themselves, and successfully all the lights are lighting when you just turn on the switch. So this is the test about these solar panels, because this is our first time to use the CDT in 2013, and at that time it is very expensive. We get sponsored by First Solar, which is a United States company, and for now, even still the world's biggest CDT producer all over the world. But something really, impressed me is the development of the whole industry, because at that time, the cost of this sponsorship for this 150 piece of solar panel is around $60,000 at that time. That's the cost for a sponsor to provide a solar panel. But for now, it's not just maybe 10% of the cost than 10 years ago. So that is the development of technology and the industry. That surprised me a lot. And also it is really great because it is based on the cooperation between two countries, China and the United States. So the ambassadors from the United States and the Chinese government, central government, big guys that come and see this our house. And because we come from Inner Mongolia, it is a very special area because, Montana, Dutton Ranch, So it is very interesting, very wild in the West. So So attract a lot of people to visit our house. And so we, in order to pick our sponsors, we made a travel to Malaysia, to the factory of the First Solar, to see the manufacturing process and the recycling system of it, so that we're able to choose that whether this is really whole life circle environment friendly. So this is something that happened in 2013. So who benefit most from this competition? Because with so many years of this participating this kind of decathlon competition, I'm keeping thinking that who will benefit from this the most? In 2013, I definitely, the answer is the students, because almost all the system are just designed and finished by students. So it provides them the some opportunity that they never have in university, in the classes. No matter it is a kind of theoretical class or practical class, not as good as this opportunity. So this is the first thing that students can get, because I'm one of them. I was one of them. I was a doctoral candidate at that time in 2013. So I benefit quite a lot. And another thing is not just for the knowledge surrounding these systems, but also something that about yourself. You know, through this kind of competition, from design to installing in a building, you start to know that who you are, who you will be. A lot of students in my team figure out a way about their future. At the very beginning, they're just confused before they attend, or most of the students, for now even, in the university, they're just confused about their future. But with this competition, I see a lot of them find their way and their future. And they know that what kind of position will take and what they are able to do in the future. They find that there's not too much limitation, not too much limits of their capacity, ability, and the possibility. So this is what they can get from the solar decathlon, and this is exactly what I observe and I feel myself. So this is something about the SDC China 2013, my first time to attend this competition. So the second time I attended decathlon is also a solar decathlon, China. It is the third time of the China to host the solar decathlon with United States. And this time, the host city is in Zhangjiakou City, Hebei province. So it is a city very next to Beijing, and the time is 2022, just last year. So last year, Beijing held a Winter Olympic Games, and Zhangjiakou City is also one of the cities who held this Winter Olympic Games, some part of this. So the China picked this city as the location of solar decathlon in China 2022. I think is try to use the influence of the Winter Olympic Game and to invite more people to focus on this sustainable lifestyle and technology. So they picked the city just exactly where the Winter Olympic Game happened. And also another story about the exact site, just because this site is located in a small village called the Desheng village. This village is also an example for a different transforming process. In the previous competition, the transforming is, for China, is transfer from traditional fossil energy industry into renewable energy industry. And this time, China is facing a new balance, the balance between rural development and urban development. Because in China right now, China is in the middle of the urbanization. So a lot of people, a lot of population who used to live in rural area, in countrysides, in village, they want to move to the big cities. and make contribution to development of the cities and find more opportunity there. But however, there's a problem that what should we do to the rest of the villages? Because a lot of population moved to the cities, so there will be not too much population as before that left in the village. So should we just give up this village, give up this area, or we find another way to develop it? This is a very good question, a very serious question in the development process of China for now. So the China try to figure out, because the first option is not acceptable. We're not going to abandon the village because it is the root of the Chinese traditional culture and a lifestyle. And also, it is a place where we can protect the nature and the resources. So if we just abandon this, we abandon nature and all the resources and abandon the culture and where we come from. So we decide not to abandon them, but to use a better way, more efficient way to develop it. So the village that the SDC 2022 hold, the Desheng village, is a very perfect example for this kind of transforming. Desheng City just provide a new way for developing high-end agriculture. For example, high-value vegetable growing, for example, organic pig raising, some animal raising, to provide a more valuable product to the market. So that with the limited resource and also do harmony with the environment and create the minimum damage to the environment, they can develop this village as well. So this is a very good example for the Chinese development. So that is also the reason why China picked the Desheng village as a site of SDC 2022. So here's our question. So this is the logic of the site selection, but they also give us a question that, is there any way for the exhibitor and the teams to design this kind of greenhouse to help the development of the rural area? Because, guys, we have do a lot of study and research on the previous solar decathlon and other decathlon games, and we find that most of the design are based on living houses, that a greenhouse, a very zero emission house that provide people to live, just like house. So is there any other idea that can provide other function for the owner of these houses and to create profit and help the development in rural area in China? So this is something we're considering. This is what we're thinking about. So this is the site of the SDC 2022. You see, it is really beautiful at night. The second one from your left is our house. So that is our house. And you see, a lot of people see my yellow suits right here. That exactly is bring from that competition. I designed that suit myself. And it is really, workable especially doing the construction work. So in this house, we try to use a lot of material from bamboo, because bamboo is very useful and very common material you can get from the rural area in China. So we should take full advantage of this kind of enormous material in China so that a new industry can be created. So this is the logic that we use bamboo furnitures. And also, there's another thing that come into my mind at that time. If you want to develop the industry or the rural area, if other industry, not only just the manufacturing, but also maybe agriculture. So is there any way to use the core technology of decathlon, solar decathlon, a sustainable decathlon or other decathlon? I do some summarize and research on the core technology of this kind of games. I think there are 3 kind of core technology. I can find in all these design and buildings. The first one is high efficient housing, right? Thermal efficient, thermal performance, and the structure steady. So this is the first core technology. And the second one is the environmental control. We use ACs, HVAC system, some advanced HVAC systems to control the temperature, humidity, to create a steady living environment. So the third one is definitely clean energy system. So many, solar panels here. So with the help of these 3 core technology, what can we do? What can we create new thing to help people to increase their profit? Not only provide the space they live, they sleep, they have space to live and sleep. But what they need is profit. You want to attract more people, stay in village, in countryside, you need profit because most of the population are attracted by the urban area because they can earn more money, find a better job and position in the big cities. So if the rural area can create a good opportunity to live a better life and higher profit, that will make this happen, that leave more population in rural area and help develop this area in China. So this is my idea, and also my innovation is that I can use these 3 of the core technology of the Decathlon. I mean the environmental control, energy system, and also the high efficient house to create a new thing to help people to create a better living condition and increase the profit and income. This is the prototype I show in SDC 2022. That is a growing box, a growing container. Because in a lot of area in China, people really, especially farmers, they want to grow high-value plants, but the environment cannot allow them to do so. For example, just like Palm Springs or Las Vegas, a lot of area in China, they have a lot of land and a lot of resources, but the temperature, the humidity, the climate do not allow them to grow high-value vegetables or other plants. They want to develop the high-end agriculture, but they are not able to do this. So use the environmental control, use the efficient housing system, we are able to build a prototype in Zhangbei City. So that is a prototype of the growing container. We just use this technology to keep temperature and humidity very suitable for plant growing. And we grow reichis and also, dendrobe. Is that correct? Dendrobe. It's a kind of traditional Chinese medical herb, very, very expensive. And reishi is also very expensive. In China, it is cost about $500 per pound of the seed of the reishi. Guys, almost as high as buds, in California. So it is very high value industry. It is profitable. So we provide this kind of facility to help the local farmers to do business, to develop and transfer their agriculture. So that is what we provide and the innovation we offered in the 2022 Solar Decathlon China. And guys, in this prototype, we have exhibit, this is the dendrobe. This is the dendrobe. It is very helpful for your kidney. And if you eat, every day you eat too much and you just drink the juice of it, and you will feel release and good to your health. So I tried this, so I believe in this thing. And there are also a lot of Chinese traditional medicine herb that are grown in this container. So this competition also make me think that, there is an item of the decathlon, one of the 10 competition, is the market potential. So for the market potential, we designed so many business plans for this house, but I think, because I'm the teacher in economics, so I think that the only thing that you can distinguish whether this business plan is workable is that whether people will buy your product, whether it is accepted by the market. So this is what I think during the exhibition time in SDC 2022. So I think that, yes, education is very important, but why don't I use my own hand to provide this kind of product, since it is profitable and it has been proven during the exhibition period. So with the next 3 months, I just directly transfer this prototype into a mature product that is a growing container here. So I deployed 5 of them in Zhangbei County, in Zhangjiakou City. So because I found some buyers just during the exhibition period. So I think that is a very great evidence to prove that this market potential into reality. So that is something that I learned from the second chance I attended SDC China 2022. So we use the commercial product to grow these plants and high-value vegetables, and the strawberries, and also the lettuce and the greens you put in the salad, and this is totally super clean because there's no bugs and other animals inside. And also, we even grow grasses for cows because it grows really fast. It only takes 6 days to grow one piece of grasses. So it will produce a lot of profit there. So this is now what we got. Here is what we got. That under the learning and experience in the previous competition in Solar Decathlon China, we figured out that what is the innovation? The innovation is help market to solve the problem, to meet the requirement of the market. That is the root of the innovation. So we provide this house, this container here, that we used a very easy way to unfold it and assemble with 24 working hours and 2 to 3 labors. And it will be assembled very quickly, and we provide affordable product to the people who really need a house but do not have a very enough budget in California and the United States. Okay, so this is something that I learned from the 3 times participant in Decathlon Games to Solar Decathlon China, and this time OCSD. And I really learned a lot. And also, I need to thank all the boards of the organizers, because, you act not just the bosses or juries, you're just a part of us. And we're not just doing the competition and the games, we're just providing a big show to the whole world to show that what is the possibility and the potential that this game can bring to us. We're not only educate students, but also provide the products and the commercial ideas to significantly change the world right now, immediately, with the hand of ourselves, and in the future with the hand of the students. So this is exactly, the reason why I feel so thankful, and also it is the original, motivation why we make this hard decision to fly maybe 13 to 17 hours from China and deliver this box, this container all the way from China, facing so many difficulties and uncertainty here because, the environment is really different in China and the US to take part in Decathlon Games. So I think that everything is worth it. It is worth it. I feel that very strong power of this place, no matter in innovation and commercialization. And I believe that will be a bright future between the two countries. Work into a better world and better environment, especially in greenhouse and renewable energies. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Test, test, test. Hi, good morning, everyone. If you'd like to have a seat for a few minutes, I'm going to go over a quick presentation about solar energy. It'll only be about 10 minutes. I promise you'll learn a little. And there's some really awesome exhibits out there that you'll be able to check out after. So have a seat. Hey, Katie, I'll try to wait for another crowd of people. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of, yeah. It'll probably go like 15 minutes, so I'll try to wait for another crowd, and then if it doesn't happen, then I'll just.
If you just start talking about kind of yourself, like before actually starting the presentation, that's typically what draws people in.
Right. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. What's been the peak hours usually? What's been like the peak hours usually?
Peak hours, it kind of depends.
No, it just kind of went on sleep mode. Oh, that's what happened? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, should be fine. Okay. Yeah. Hi, my name's Deep Patel, and I'm the founder and CEO of Go Green Solar. And today we're going to have a really short presentation, about 10 minutes, about solar energy. So why don't we get started? Today's agenda, a little bit about me, some history of solar, and then we're going to talk about today and then the future, and then get into questions and feedback. So let's get started. So a little bit about me, I'm the founder and CEO of Go Green Solar. I'm a vegan and I drive an electric car, and I'm a SoCal native. I've been living here my whole life, and I've been involved in the solar industry for about 17 years. This is a company I started out of my parents' garage in 2006. And since the dawn of time, people have been trying to harness the power of the sun since ancient times. And the first documented case of solar energy was in 6000 BCE in Beijing, China. In ancient China, they basically built their houses around the sun to get warmth and cooling during the summer and winter months. And in 4000 BCE, the Yangtze burning mirrors were made in ancient China during the Bronze Age. And it was the first solar device ever created, which basically harnessed sunlight to burn a pile of wood, which is like a solar lighter. And it wasn't until 1921 Albert Einstein discovered the photovoltaic effect. He actually got the Nobel Peace Prize for this discovery. He discovered that light had electrons in them. And he got the Nobel Peace Prize. There was a big, a big conversation regarding the theory, but it wasn't until 1954 where they actually turned that theory into a product. And Bell Labs studied this theory that Albert Einstein theorized and basically made the first solar battery. And this is a shot from Popular Mechanics where it shows a solar panel that charges a battery, and this is what they thought in 1954 would change the world. Everyone who would have a solar panel and a battery. But the scientists were a little discouraged because they ran the numbers, and to do that in 1954, it cost $1.4 million. So who would be able to afford something like this? And they were kind of bummed until the phone rang. They picked up the phone, and it was NASA on the other end of the line. And basically they said, hey, this solar technology you're working on, we can use it. And the first documented case of solar energy was used in satellites. They put it on satellites because these satellites would be shot up into space, and then eventually they'd come burning down. So NASA found a really good home for this technology, and they basically saved it from a lab. And they were the first customer base to get it out of the lab. And in the 1970s, the oil companies saw what the space industry was doing with solar panels, and they say, hey, we could use those. And they studied the technology and started building their own solar panels. Some of the earliest solar panels were built by Shell and Arco, and they were powering their operations in the wilderness where they were extracting oil and resources. They didn't have any power. They were often relying upon generators, and this allowed them to run their operations more efficiently without the use of fuel. So they started embracing solar in the 1970s. And in the 1979, the hippies saw this, and they went to the oil companies, they went to Arco Energy, and they started buying solar panels from the oil companies. They were moving off the grid from San Francisco. They were going up into Northern California and homesteading at the time. And they just wanted electricity to run their Grateful Dead tracks, basically, their stereos. And it, till the 90s, it was pretty much a cottage industry where the hippies were using solar, and big oil kind of lost interest in it, and they exited the industry. Shell got out of the solar panel manufacturing business. There was an electric car called the GM EV1. They discontinued it. They crushed them all. It was a kind of a dark time for the solar and storage and EV space in the 90s. And it wasn't until 2006, Governor Schwarzenegger, he signed the Million Solar Roofs Initiative into law, and that kind of created a second win for the industry. And this was like a landmark thing that was signed, a bill, and that's when we were established as a company. I started this company in 2006, right when Schwarzenegger signed this law into place. And one of my first projects was to install solar panels on my parents' house, and I did it as a DIY solar project. I bought all the parts and did the whole thing from A to Z on my own with the help of some friends. And through that process, I got in volunteering for a nonprofit called Grid Alternatives, and they're a local nonprofit that installs solar for low-income housing. And they're kind of like Habitat for Humanity, where they basically use volunteers to install solar. You learn the skills, and then you eventually get a job in the industry. And I really started getting more into the solar installation side through Grid Alternatives and volunteering my time. And through that process, I met some people, hired some people from Grid Alternatives, opened up my own office. And then we got a project with the city of LA. We started installing solar panels on their street light poles. And I was recognized by the mayor of LA and city council for several projects I did for the city. And then I was bumped up to the Obama administration, went to the White House a few times to talk about distributed solar power, which is solar on your roof, a battery on your wall, and an EV in your garage. And I was promoting this distributed energy system during the Obama administration, and did some lobbying with the California Solar and Storage Association, We go to Sacramento every year, meet with our legislators, tell them how important solar is for Californians and the workers. There's over 100,000 workers in this industry in California alone. And we do the same thing at the US Capitol. We get in front of our legislative members and we talk about our industry and the stories around it and get them educated about what's going on the ground floor. And I've gone to solar panel factories all across the US and the world, basically, and toured them to learn how these products are made. But the most important thing out of the 17 years of me doing this business is the friendships I've made in the industry. There's just some really awesome people in this space, and you know, over time, some of those industry connections just turn into close friends. So that's the most valuable thing I've gotten out of being in solar. And then those hippies that started the residential solar industry in the 70s, I've gotten to know them and they've been passing their knowledge down to me. So, you know, there's a new generation of entrepreneurs and workers and people carrying what the solar pioneers have done and taking it to the next level. And you'll see some of those students out there building these homes, and you know, they're the future now. And in 2019, California finally hit that 1 million solar roofs goal that Schwarzenegger signed in 2006. And the California solar industry threw a big party in Clovis, California, and we all got to thank them on stage. So that was a really, you know, special time for the industry and the governor. And today, that same system that costed $1.4 million on a home in 1953 from Bell Labs is now only $20,000. So we've come a long way over the last 60 years in this development of this technology, and we're just getting started now. And if you think about it, energy is, you know, it's all comes from the sun. Our current system is inefficient and costly, and there's a lot of middlemen involved between you and energy. And this is how our current system works. Basically, sunlight creates a plant. That plant turns into a fossil. That fossil fossilizes for thousands of years, and then eventually it's extracted and burnt, and we flip on our lights at home and we get electricity out of the other end. This is how it's going to be done today and moving forward. We're going to cut the middleman out and give you power to the sun. And this is happening on a huge level now. And what our company does is we've become the IKEA of solar. We provide solar in a box, and we provide these do-it-yourself solar and storage kits. They include everything an installer needs to complete the entire system on their own, including the parts, the batteries, all the customer support, the bureaucratic challenges. We help our customers overcome utility challenges and city challenges to get them to a point where they can flip the switch on. And our customers include the typical people that you would see at a Home Depot, DIYers, contractors, and home builders. They are the customers we serve. And we actually have team-made. They're OCC and UCI collaboration. They have a home here. They're one of our partners, and we help them with their solar and storage projects. So check them out if you have some time. And what makes us different is we've been around for 17 years. It's a tough industry. Average company stays around for 5 years and then goes under. So we've been around for a while, and we offer a complete solution. We're not just a box of parts, and we guarantee our work. We have a permit and utility approval guarantee. So our customers either get their approval or their money back. And this is a rooftop revolution that's going on right now. And basically, it's solar panels on the roof, a battery and a controller on the side of your home that is kind of like an air traffic controller. and an EV car in your garage with a bi-directional charger that not only charges your car, but in certain times you can program it to discharge and power your house or feed it back to the grid when the California grid needs it the most. So it's a way all of these systems can harmoniously interact and work together to provide a better and more secure energy future. And energy storage is really the key. It's been the holy grail. You know, solar was lacking this big piece of energy storage, and now it's become a huge part of our systems. And basically, it's the future, and everyone is installing solar plus storage now. And this is why it's really needed, energy storage. It's this green line represents imported power during the day, or when you wake up, you turn the coffee machines on and turn the TV on. Your solar's really not generating much power at that time, so you're importing power from the grid. And as the solar starts generating electricity, most people leave their homes, and then after that, the batteries are being charged by the solar, and then people come home between 4 and 9 and they start turning everything on, and that's where the batteries discharge. And energy prices are the highest between 4 and 9 in Edison and California, so it helps customers reduce their highest cost of electricity. So batteries are really the future now, and they're becoming very popular, and everyone wants them. And if you tour around out there, you'll see most of the houses now have batteries. Like 10 years ago, batteries was kind of a not really affordable. The technology was very ancient. The battery tech has come a long way, and a lot of the houses out there are showcasing it. So, in conclusion, we're in the middle of a rooftop revolution right now. And there's 3 major benefits of this for America. 1, jobs. This industry is creating, it's about 250,000 jobs across the US, and now with the IRA that was passed last year, more of the supply chain of the solar panels and the inverters and the batteries, they're being made in the US now. So we're doing some domestic manufacturing and creating jobs all across the value chain in this space. Savings. Whenever a customer buys solar and storage in an EV, they're saving money, and that's putting money back into your pockets. And then 3, national security. And this is being talked about a little bit more, where, you know, we have some grid failure points in our grid where there's, you know, certain nodes that could be knocked out. Also, we're reliant upon foreign governments for some energy resources. If we can create a distributed energy network through the rooftop revolution, we can actually improve our national security. So this is a really good, you know, good things the rooftop revolution is bringing, and we're really excited to be part of it. So thank you, everyone, for taking some time to listen to my short presentation, and if you guys have any questions, I'll be around. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so the Obama actually put PV back on. Yeah, there's PV on the White House. There was a campaign ran by the solar industry that collected over 500,000 signatures to basically get in front of the White House to put a PV system back on. They did it very discreetly. They didn't want to talk much about what manufacturers they used or any of the technology where they put it. They cited they didn't want to create any conflicts and things in that nature, or promotions.
I'm stunned. I read 3 newspapers a day and pay pretty close attention to politics, and I've never seen any mention of PV being on the White House. And that's just perhaps my ignorance. So I'm not quite understanding why you'd want to keep that a secret. And that is because they didn't want to talk about which firm they used?
Exactly. A company got the contract to do it with, certain panels and...
Is it a significant project? Is it just 1 or 2 panels, or it's a big deal?
It's not huge. It's like 6 to 8 kilowatts or something like that, maybe 30, 40 panels.
Well, that's a start.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So there is PV up there. You could research it and you'll learn.
I'll look for it.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yep.
setting me straight.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Alex.
Question for you. I think about the increasing efficiency of solar panels, and in my brain, it's something on the order of Moore's Law, where it gets more and more efficient. Is that curve flattening out?
No, there's something called the Swanson's Law in solar, where it's been jumping. It hasn't had like a breakthrough like Moore's Law, but it's been increasing significantly. Like in 2007, when I installed those panels on my parents' house, they were about 200 watts each. Now that same footprint is about 450 watts. So you're, over the last 10 years or so, you've gotten some significant gains.
Great.
So one of the concerns I'm not very knowledgeable about solar for sure, but one of the concerns my husband keeps coming up with is the safety of the batteries, having that attached to your side of your house. And we did talk about that for our project here. I guess, is there anything you could help me to address his concerns?
Yeah, it's a real concern, and one of my colleagues is actually on a code-making panel with the firefighters and Underwriter Laboratories as well, and they're creating codes and standards to basically ensure safety, because lithium batteries can catch on fire, and there are cases of them catching on fire. So we have to have the proper codes and standards, proper certifications to install them, so you're doing it right, where you're minimizing these chances of thermal runaway and systems that, like the Enphase system, they have a lot of fail-safes in them and smart technology that prevents overcharging, and there's a bunch of safety mechanisms in there that will prevent it from catching on fire.
And then, if you don't mind, a follow-up is that, so right now, what I've been seeing in standards is that you're either putting it in your garage or you're kind of putting it on the side of your house. Is there anything that you would recommend to architects and builders about kind of beefing up that wall for fire safety, or is it, you think the way, you were talking about standards, and I guess I'm asking, is there some specific ones that designers and architects should be aware of?
Yeah, we did a few projects in the city of LA, and they made us put on a metal plate on the wall, basically, so it had to be non-combustible material. So the battery there's a metal plate between the wall and the battery, basically.
Sure.
And in terms of the garage, if you are to put it in the garage, there's more issues with vehicle impact. So bollards is very standard. You'll have to have a bunch of bollards around the battery so a vehicle doesn't impact it. And also be cognizant of doors. They don't want any doors to possibly hit the battery as well. So placement of the battery in a garage is huge. It causes additional complications in the garage. And one last thing is a heat alarm. If you do put it in the garage, they're going to want a heat alarm as well. And there's very few systems in the market right now that can connect to your fire system as a heat alarm in the garage. So that's why a lot of people are putting them on the side of the wall. Yep.
Hello.
Hi.
You were talking about increasing efficiency in solar panels, and I was wondering if there's predictions of what Perscovite is going to do to the overall efficiency. I know that's one of the new innovations that the DOE is putting money towards. Have you heard in the solar industry how much that might bump things up? And for battery technology, have you heard what's coming down the pipe for non-lithium batteries that might be less combustible?
Yeah, sure. So the new solar cells, they are still in the laboratory phase, and they've made some gains in the lab. None of the major solar panel manufacturers have actually commercialized it and are able to manufacture it at a scale yet, but supposedly that cell is going to have a larger increase in efficiency than traditional cells. So I think we're closer to an efficiency breakthrough, but we're still several years out because these manufacturers put so much money into the existing equipment and the existing technology. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. So before they jump on a new technology, they want to make their money back on the investment they made in their factory. So I would say it's still a few years down the line before we'll actually see those on our rooftops. And in terms of battery tech, there's a couple types of chemistries. There's NMC lithium ion, and then there's LFP. And the LFP is the thermal runaway dangers are way less, basically, but they aren't as dense, energy dense, so they take up a little bit more space. And that's really starting to become the major battery chemistry that's going on homes, while the cars run off of NMC, and those are more prone to thermal runaway and catching on fire. So, and then I've heard about salt-based batteries. Have you guys heard about these salt-based batteries? Yeah.
I heard carbon nanotube batteries are something that could be coming down the pipe, but that's even further out.
Yeah, exactly. So there's some interesting stuff going on in the energy storage space because there's so much money and attention going to it. Finally, there's going to be some great technologies coming down the pipe. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Grant writer. I'm a grant writer for green energy, so that's one of the things.
Your best friend.
Well, we can talk. Yeah, that's what I love about doing it, is you start hearing about all these amazing innovations, and I just hope they just keep spiraling up from here.
Yeah, I do too, and it's great to be seeing it be built here too. You know, more and more is being built here, and that's awesome to see. So, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
So, good afternoon, fair attendees. Hope you're having a great time out there. The weather is fabulous. My name is Marlene Breen, and I am a landscape designer. And I hope that you visit the little village green out in the center of all the houses. We will be gathering a group in a few minutes to take a tour through there, where I will talk about the plants and conservation and why we need to take care of our environment. So I've been doing this for a long time. My degree's in environmental design, which includes architecture, landscape, obviously, urban planning, and even some product design. So it's kind of a pretty broad background. Pulling it all together for a beautiful event like this. It was the first time that I was a juror, and it's been quite an amazing experience. I love to see what the students have produced and their creativity and their will to make the world a better place. So anyone that's interested in touring the garden and learning more about the plants, please come up to the stage area, and we'll put a little group together and wander out into the wilderness. I see somebody down there. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to have answered? Oh, okay. Katie, I need some prompts. Oh, from the beginning, actually. I got a call that they wanted to have overall design concept for the green spaces in the event. And so we had the village green and also the areas between the buildings. And the actual students were supposed to include landscaping in their presentation, which some of them did very nicely. It's probably the most difficult thing to do is to create a greenscape on top of a parking lot. And so kudos to our watering crew that's keeping everything alive. So I don't know, I guess kind of the importance of our green spaces environmentally, it's more than just pleasure, it's more than just keeping the planet cool. There's a whole world that happens under the ground. When you remove one mature tree, you are essentially removing a universe of, all kinds of life forms. You're removing bugs, you're removing things, birds, you're removing under the ground all the microcosmia and bacteria and things that grow in there. And then you cover it with concrete, and essentially it becomes dead. It gets smothered. And so the use of some of these sustainable materials that let the earth breathe, it's more than just water. So I'm really pleased to see some of these new technologies becoming mainstream and people being concerned about the earth around them, not just their own little cubby house. So I guess we don't really, I see some people over on the side there. Are you interested in doing a tour or just cooling off here? Actually, the whole idea of cooling, you can see an example of it right here in this building. We've got great air circulation through, high ceilings for the hot air to rise, and it's very, very comfortable. So a lot of things to consider when you're talking about sustainability. Okay, come on, let's take a tour through the park. Well, thank you. This has been quite an amazing experience to participate in this decathlon. I'd love to see this happen on a grander scale, to have the young people involved and think about where we're going with our planet, and how to live in a way that helps not only people, but helps all the creatures in the world. And I think that's where we're going with this. So thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Hi guys, I'm Gia. I'm a falconer for Adams Falconry, and I'm here to talk to you guys today about a sustainable way for pest control. Basically, we have a few birds today that I'll be showing you and giving a little presentation about, giving you some cool facts about falconry in general. So we have Ollie the peregrine falcon. He's the guy on the perch over here. He's about 7 years old and one of the fastest animals on Earth, which is pretty cool. And then I'm holding Crimson here. He's a Harris hawk. He's about 3.5 years old. And they usually live out in the desert and they hunt in groups in the wild together, which is great. And they kind of act like a wolf pack, which is really interesting. And then a little later, I'll be bringing out Mr. Bojangles. He's a Eurasian eagle owl, one of the bigger owls out and about. He's pretty cool, too. So a little bit about me, actually. So I studied animal science at Cal Poly, and I worked at a wildlife rehabilitation center for a while, mainly working with birds of prey, but we worked with all kinds of wildlife, and that's kind of what got me started in falconry. I've been a falconer for about 5 years now, and mostly doing pest control. So we actually use these guys as like a natural deterrent, and we can get into that a little later. But just as a brief history, that's where I came from, and that's how I'm here today. So history on falconry is actually very interesting. So falconry is actually a hunting wild game with a bird of prey in its natural state. So basically, we're taking a bird, creating a partnership, and then taking them out to hunt to make them successful and provide food as well for them. So the bond is very unique because of that. There's a lot of trust and respect, time and patience that's required, and also a lot of dedication because these birds are wild and they're just a bit tame. So we really want to keep up our relationship with them because that trust is very important when we're out in the field together. That's what makes you successful with your bird. And you want to keep up that relationship with your bird so they continue to hunt for you and continue to respond as well. This photo here is one of the Mongolian woman falconers with her golden eagle. She's probably about to go out and hunt some wolves or maybe some sheep or some goats on horseback. That's usually what they did out in those days. So falconry is actually a 10,000-year-old sport. And when it dates back into the Mesopotamian times and Mongolian times, people usually used falconry for trade and barter as well as livelihood. So they were hunting to survive. And you could actually sort of purchase a falconer, and they would come live with you and hunt for you and your family, which was a pretty cool trade deal. It slowly evolved into more of the medieval and Renaissance times, and from there, it was basically like a status symbol. So depending on where you were in society, depended on what bird you would use. So a king would use a gyrfalcon, and a knight would use a goshawk. A prince would use a peregrine, just like this guy over here, and so on and so forth. And eventually, we moved into New England around the 1600s, and that became more of like a fun sport, if you will. So we'd take our birds out, we'd see how high, how fast they could fly, basically, and hunting was used as a sport as well. And then as that kind of moved into America around the 1900s, we created NAFA, which is the North American Falconers Association. And that basically created a lot of laws and regulations in order to keep the birds safe specifically and to keep the people in line, if you will, making sure we're doing everything properly, especially for the birds here. And that was a pretty cool evolution in falconry, kind of created the role and the community that we have today for falconry as well. And that was kind of later in the 1900s as well, so it's pretty new out in America, which is pretty interesting compared to the 10,000-year age of the sport. So up here we have a little diagram of all of our field equipment that we use. This is actually a peregrine falcon in the photo, so Ollie is a great model there. He looks just like him. This guy is on a block perch, so these guys usually nest on the cliff sides, and we want to maintain the same type of surface for them and their feet. So he has a nice flat perch for his big toes. And then we have a bow perch right here. That's something that Crimson likes to use. A little better for his stout toes as well, better to grip and hold on to. So basically what we do every day is we start out with weighing our birds, and then we cut up their food according to their weight. And once we cut up their food and we're ready to go for the day, we just make slight adjustments to their diet in order to keep them at their peak athleticism, but also just enough for prey drive and effective training and whatnot, because we still want to use food as an incentive, and we still use our relationships to train them as well. Some other things on this photo here I'll point out is the jesses and the leash. So you see that they have anklets on their ankles here that connects the jesses, which connect the leash. So here we have a rope leash that connects the birds to the perch, just like Ollie over there. And then we also have some leather jesses, and those are just to the right of the photo. That's usually used for flying, so we'll actually change their equipment to fly, makes them a little bit more efficient. And then to train them, of course, we have the glove, and then we have what's called a lure. That's kind of that wing-shaped item there. And we can swing that around to train the falcons. It teaches them to fly a little bit higher and pursue their prey a little bit better as well, so they don't really give up after the first shot if they miss it. And it keeps up their agility too and their stamina. It's a pretty cool way to train these birds. So we do have different types of birds for different reasons. They do hunt different prey because of the way that their wings are shaped and how their bodies are shaped as well. You'll see in the next photo, it shows a peregrine falcon diving, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But we'll start off with the buteo. That is just like Crimson here. He is a big broad-winged hawk, so you could see with his wings here, when he opens them for you guys, that he has those nice, thick, big wings. And that helps with soaring, especially in the desert. They're able to kind of track their prey a little bit easier that way. Falcons, you can see, do have long pointed wings. They're considered long wings for that reason. That shape allows them to pursue their prey at a lot faster speeds and be more agile in the air and help them with diving as well. And then we have accipiters, which are basically like a mixture between a hawk and a falcon, I like to say. They have a bit broader wings like hawks do, but they do pursue their prey a little quicker like falcons do. However, they are hunting usually in forested areas, so a lot more trees, so they're a lot more agile as well. We do have a harpy eagle up on the right-hand corner there. You can see his wing shape, way bigger. That bird is about 3 to 4 feet high, and they weigh about 15 to 20 pounds. So that's pretty large, relatively, for a flighted bird. So clearly you need a little bit more surface area to get lift for that. And then just on the bottom there, that is actually Mr. Bojangles, the Eurasian eagle owl, and you can see that his wing shape is also a bit different. They actually have a comb-like structure on the tips of their fingers, or feathers, I should say, and that keeps them silent in flight. So they actually fly at 0 decibels, which is pretty impressive. And they usually use their hearing for hunting. So if they're not making any noise, they can hear their prey a little bit better, since they hunt at night, usually. And speaking of hunting styles, so raptors are categorized differently because of their hunting styles, like I just slightly explained in the last slide. This is the diving photo I was talking about earlier. You can see how those long wings kind of help shape his body in a way that makes him more like a torpedo. Peregrine falcons usually do hunt their prey in the air, and so they do attack them with impact. And they're flying at about 247 miles an hour when they're doing that, which is pretty impressive. It's really fast. And yeah, they're really, really cool birds for that reason. So they actually have these tubercles in their nose. It's kind of like a cartilage that blocks the air from going straight into their sinuses, kind of like how planes have that item just in the center of their engine. And they also have what's called a nictating membrane. So it's like a third eyelid, and that basically keeps their eyes from freezing and keeps debris from getting in them when they're diving that fast. So it's a little translucent protective shield, basically, that they can use while they're hunting. This guy has one too. And so something else with this guy, actually, he can see about 2 miles away, especially living out in the desert. And they tend to see into the UV spectrum of light as well. So they can actually see more light than we can. And as you see in that photo there, the human vision side is just kind of like a black and yellow bird. That's about it, kind of boring. But the next photo is a bird vision photo, if you will. So that's kind of like how Crimson will see, much more iridescent colors that we're not able to pick up as well. So they'll actually use that skill for hunting, and they're able to trace the urine trails of the rats that they're hunting in the desert, because that urine will reflect UV. So I think that's a pretty interesting hunting style for them. Helps them out in the field a little bit too. And then we do have a great horned owl. You'll see that his eyes are slightly different colored than Beau's eyes later. And I recently learned that that's because depending on their eye color, kind of helps determine the time of day that they're hunting. So Beau has really deep orange eyes, so he'll be hunting a little bit more in the evening, while lighter color eyes like this hunt more in dusk and dawn and whatnot. And then this guy, he has nice deep brown eyes, so he's hunting middle of the day, all day in the desert, so that's protecting his eyes a little bit more. So I thought that was a cool fact. And then something else about vultures, who aren't technically, they're kind of raptors, but also not really, since they don't really hunt, they just seek out carrion, which is roadkill, basically. They can actually smell 3 miles away because of that, and I think that's pretty fascinating that they're able to do that. All right, so a little bit about wildlife conservation. A few tips I like to give, at least for people. If you do find an animal that's injured, especially a bird, you want to be careful about approaching them. If you're able to leave them be and they can kind of fly away on their own, that's awesome. But if it is safe to approach them and to take them in, you want to put them in a nice, quiet, warm box that has some air holes in it, and do not offer any food or water. Sometimes that ends up hurting the animal a little bit more than you're trying to help them. Some of you look a little puzzled about the water thing as well. Sometimes birds, especially if they hit a window, they can get really dizzy. Sometimes they can kind of tip into that water ball, and they might asphyxiate because of that. And especially if you're trying to force feed anything like food or water, that can get them to asphyxiate as well. So just want to be careful, and just to take them to a wildlife rehabilitation facility will be their best chance. And again, always try to stay a nice distance away unless you can offer assistance. I also like to tell people, of course, we're always mindful of litter, but big plastic is just as bad as small plastic, so tiny bits of straws or big balloons, that can harm wildlife in different ways, so we just want to be aware of that and try to clean up when we can. And then I also like to talk about how it's really easy to throw something on the side of the road, like a banana peel or an apple core or something, it degrades and whatnot. But that actually attracts wildlife to the side of the road, so looking for food. So we're kind of teaching them to come to the road for food. And things like possums, raccoons, and whatnot will get hit by cars usually, and then a vulture will come down to eat them, and then they end up getting hit by a different car and suffering the same fate. So if we're able to not feed wildlife, that is usually ideal, because they're not usually supposed to be eating what we're eating anyways, so that keeps them safe in multiple ways. And then just one more thing is using sticky traps or poison traps. Sticky traps kind of are used mainly to attract bugs, but that also attracts things that eat bugs. So lizards, small birds, they end up getting stuck as well, and that ends up being fatal for them too, which is unfortunate. And then poison, of course, a lot of people don't realize that rats take about 3 days to pass when they are poisoned. So these guys end up catching them because they're really easy to catch at that stage. They're wandering around in the middle of the day, and maybe for a baby hawk, a little easier to chase down than something trying to get away from it. So they end up getting sick and poisoned as well, and then that will go through the food chain also. So even the vulture that comes to eat this bird eventually will get poisoned too. So we just want to be mindful of that. There are a lot of different ways that we can deter pests. One of those ways is with these guys, actually. So we like to do something called abatement with them, and that's like a fancy term for pest control, basically. And we'll take them out and deter maybe some pesky birds like seagulls, pigeons, crows, and whatnot, even gophers and stuff like that, too. And that helps mitigate the human interface that we're having with wildlife as well. Kind of moving into that, since we're talking about the poisoning and whatnot, about 80% of birds of prey actually don't make it through their first year in the wild. There's, of course, a lot of things in nature like disease and starvation and whatnot, but a lot of that is people-related, unfortunately. So not only with the sticky traps and the poison traps, but also with car strikes, window strikes, and in littering, like I talked about earlier. So if we can do our part to step in and help wildlife, then we'll be benefited by nature as well. There was a really cool study done about the DDT that was in poisoning, and it was actually causing eggshells to be extremely thin and break. So a lot of birds weren't able to reproduce because of that. And that's usually about with the peregrine falcons and the condors had a really big issue with that. So with the help of falconers, actually, we were able to take peregrine falcons in and rehabilitate them and basically teach them how to fly and hunt again. And then we were able to release them back into the wild. And it was a nice conservation effort to get that population back up and running. And since we use them to hunt, we're able to teach them kind of more, I don't know, I would say a little bit better techniques, different skills, I guess, in the field. So when we do release them, they're able to pass that down to their progeny and hopefully make that generation more successful as well. So aside from those types of efforts of conservation, we also do a lot of banding and migration research, just to make sure that, you know, populations are going to and from, and if there's a deviation, we can kind of keep track of that. We also do a lot of educational outreach, like I'm doing today, just to let people know some things they might not have known in the past. And we also do a lot of different pest control methods. You'll see Ollie there, he's giving you a rouse. His little shake, that means he's comfortable with you guys. So some of you guys might be interested in becoming a falconer someday. There's a lot of different options you can take with that, but mainly you do need to get licensed. It is state and federally regulated. So you go to Fish and Wildlife, take that test, and get that license. You also have a hunting license that you'll need to acquire, and then you move into finding a sponsor, a mentor, and getting your apprenticeship done. That takes about 2 years. And then you'll be a general falconer for about 5 years. That leads you to about a 7-year time frame. And after that, you're able to be a master falconer and get cool birds like eagles and owls and stuff like that. Now, we do have a couple QR codes if you guys are interested. We do have a volunteer opportunity, usually for anyone 13 or older. You can come out and help us do some projects, do some cleaning, some food prep, work around the birds and whatnot. And then we also have one for the falconry services. So if you guys are interested in an educational talk, in a falconry experience, or in some abatement work as well, you can contact us that way. So I'm going to go ahead and put these guys away real quick, and I'm going to bring out the owl for you guys. And if you have any questions, I'll answer those while I have the owl out for you guys. Very cool. All right. I just got to put these guys away real quick because the owl might think they are a bit of a snack to him. And especially while Ollie's over here flapping, you can kind of see how his wing beat is a little bit different as well, comparatively to Crimson's. And that is kind of a way that you can tell how they fly in the air is a little different as well. That gets him to get up a little bit higher than Crimson as well for hunting. These guys can go about 2,000 to 3,000 feet in the air before they dive down on their prey. You can also see his pointed wings there and really short tail that helps with maneuverability. All right, so let's go ahead and get Bo out here for you guys. Now when I have the owl out, if we can just try to keep our hands down, he might get interested in your fingers. Uh-oh. Okay, what's going on here? Hi, bud. What's happening? Looks like he has his rope just a little tangled around him. I know, honey, I'm sorry. So this is the interesting part of falconry sometimes. Things don't go as planned, but that's why building a relationship with your bird helps. So when situations like that happen, you're able to navigate them a little easier. And sometimes it takes them just a second. There we go. Hi, bud. So as you can see, this guy's a little bit bigger than the other birds. I'm going to go ahead and let him acclimate himself just a little bit to the stage here. He's pretty cool, huh? So you guys can see it really well up here. You see how different color his eyes are comparatively to that other owl I showed you? He has big, bright orange eyes, so he's usually hunting in the dusk and the dawn and whatnot. He could. Very cool. So do you guys have any questions to start out with? What's up? How old is Bo? So good question. Good to start off with. Bo is about 5 years old, and he is a male Eurasian eagle owl. So although he's very large, a female can actually be about a third larger than him. So she'd be even bigger. Yeah. Go ahead with the.
What kind of food does he eat?
What kind of food does he eat? So he can eat pretty much anything. Usually they're out hunting rabbits and little like ground squirrels. They like rats too. So he'll eat anything he can catch pretty much. They're called opportunistic hunters. So anything that they can find and eat, they're probably going to eat it. And they don't know when their next meal is going to come, so they're going to eat whenever they can. Yeah.
On top of its head, what are those feathers supposed to like be?
That's just for aesthetic, just for looks. So that can tell you the health of the bird as well. So usually when their feathers are nice and sleek and they look really pretty like that, that means he's a nice, healthy owl. He liked his compliment. And sometimes we'll get a lot of owls into the rehabilitation center, and they either will have kind of messed up feathers right there, or they won't have feathers at all. That could be because they got into a fight, or maybe, struck in by a car or something, and lost those due to stress. And usually they look a little disheveled when they're not doing too well. So, although these birds are very stoic, we're able to kind of tell some signs of them not feeling good based on their feathers. Another question?
What species of owl is it?
He's a Eurasian eagle owl. So they're out in Europe and Asia and Africa too. And they have different colors as well. They can get a little lighter or a little darker too. He's a pretty good in-between, a good average color, I would say. Mm-hmm.
Where does he sleep?
Where does he sleep? So he has a nice comfy perch at my boss's house. And he's very spoiled there. But he has a nice big room, nice big perch. And we take him out and get him exercise every day too. And that's usually when we do our training with him and when we feed him. Do you have any question?
Yeah, what's his wingspan?
Oh, what's his wingspan? Let's see. Do you want to try to guess?
3 feet.
3 feet. So I think he's just a little bigger. I think he's about 4 or 5 feet, give or take. Especially when they are fully extended. So that is just a quick little flap of the wings. But when they are fully extended, those wings really reach out a little extra to get some extra surface area for gliding and hunting. But good question. More questions? Yeah.
Do you trim their toenails?
Do we trim their toenails? So sometimes we can if we really need to. One time Crimson broke a nail, so I had to do a little manicure on him to make it better. But usually we leave their nails all natural because if they do need to hunt or catch prey, then they're able to. And if it's possible that they might escape sometimes, and if they do and they're out in the wild, we want them to have all the equipment that they would in order to survive if they needed to. The only thing that we will keep up on is their beak. We'll trim that occasionally. I trim Crimsons, I don't know, once or twice a year, depends. And sometimes that's because they aren't using their beak as much as they would be in the wild. So usually they're kind of rubbing it on sticks or rocks or branches and stuff like that, breaking bones. And with us, they're a little bit more, manicured. So we want to make sure that they're nice and sharp as well with us.
Isn't this bad for him? So he doesn't go close to the humans.
Oh, so that's a good question. So basically, although these are wild animals, we do work with them in a way that they're considered to be tame. So they kind of tolerate us, basically. And so he's used to people and acclimated enough to where people don't make him uncomfortable. But if you were to run up to him, he'd be really scared of you. So he's used to being higher up like this and looking down at people and feeling comfortable. And based on his body language and how he chooses to react, will show me if he's uncomfortable too. So that's about knowing your bird also. You want to make sure that they're comfortable in any situation. And we always put our bird's safety and stress level first, of course. So he would show me signs if he was uncomfortable right now, but he looks pretty comfy to me. Good question. Yeah.
How fast can he fly?
Ooh, how fast can this guy fly? That's a good one. I'm not 100% sure with this guy, But I know that Crimson can get up to about 100 miles an hour when he's pursuing prey. And then Ollie is about 247 miles an hour, like I had said earlier for the falcon. But this guy, let's see, I'm sure he could get up to about 80 at least, maybe 100 even. But they don't really need to pursue their prey at night. They're kind of just listening for sounds, and then they try to find him and then go grab him real quick. So they might not need to fly as fast, but be more accurate when they're hunting. Mm-hmm.
What's the fastest bird on the planet? The peregrine falcon.
Oh, there he answered for me. Very, very good. Yeah, peregrine falcon. So the guy that was just on that perch over there, you were looking at the fastest bird. 247 miles an hour is super duper fast.
Scratching like a dog like this.
Yeah. There we go.
He was always scratching air at the first time.
Oh yeah, he's a little itchy sometimes. It just happens. Maybe he couldn't quite get his itch, so it took him a few times. Did you guys have some questions?
Yeah. How much can they turn their heads? Because I know that's they can.
Oh yeah. So a myth is that they can just spin their head around a bunch. They can't do that. They have the same equipment we do. However, I know that the hawks and falcons can turn their head about 270 degrees, and then this guy can go about 300, 310, give or take. So since they have their eyes set forward in their head, they're not able to move their eyes like we are. They actually have like a cartilaginous tube that holds their eye in place. So that is an adaptation, so they're able to kind of check around them for any type of predators or something trying to catch them from above when they're hunting. They're also able to pursue their prey a little bit better that way. So they keep their head still kind of like a camera stabilizer. And I don't know if he'll do it for me. Crimson will, but if he focuses on something, I can move his body around and his head stays focused on that one thing. So when they're hunting, they can maneuver their body all around, but their head's staying locked on that target. So that's what helps with that. Yeah.
Are they endangered?
These guys aren't endangered that I know of, but they are protected. So that's why we have licensing and rules and all these laws to protect them also, because we don't want these guys getting used by the wrong people. It could injure them. So we definitely have some things in place for that. But there are some animals that are endangered, and usually we like to do educational talks about them too, to spread awareness. Mm-hmm.
Why do you need to wear a glove?
I will show you. You see those right there? Long and really, really sharp. They're sharper than knives, so if those went into my skin, that would hurt really, really bad. And did you see earlier how he had this stuck around him? If I did not have this glove on, he would have gotten upset when I was trying to help him out, even though he was very calm for me. He still tried to grab me a few times. So although we do a lot to protect our birds, we also do a lot to protect ourselves, too. And you can see here he has kind of fuzzy feet, feathers that cover his feet up, too. Just a fun little thing that's a little different for owls than the hawks there. And you see, they also hiss, which used to scare me, but I guess I'm kind of used to it now. Hi, guys. You got a question?
Is that a horned owl?
He's a Eurasian eagle owl. Very close. So they do kind of look like great horned owls, but they're a lot bigger and slightly different colors. And if you see his eyes there, they're kind of an orange. And let's see. Ooh, I'll go to the picture for you. For the other owl, oops, there it is. And so for this guy, you'll see that that's a great horned owl on the right there. So you see how he looks kind of the same, but a little different. And something with owls, too, you can see their face shape is a little different as well, kind of more circular. That acts as like a little dish for sound, so it pushes it into their ears a little more effectively. And since they hunt at night and use their hearing for hunting, their ears are actually a little bit offset on their head, so they're able to hear different frequencies, which I think is pretty fascinating. So it allows them to hunt a little bit better that way as well. And you can notice that Bo is panting a little bit. That's something owls do to regulate their heat and their temperature, because they do have fuzzy feet, so they're not able to do it as well that way. But a bird like Crimson or Ollie over there, since they have scales on their feet, they're able to regulate their heat that way. So if they're too hot, they'll stick their feet in a little bath pan of water with us to cool down. And sometimes when they're cold, they'll tuck their feet into their chest and keep warm that way. They run at about 102 to 103 degrees, give or take. So it's nice and warm with all those down feathers in there.
How many feathers do they have?
That's a great question. They have at least like 5, I think. There's got to be at least thousands, I think. What do you think?
100.
100? I think that's a pretty good guess. Yeah.
I think there's like, I don't know, 200.
200? What do you think about 300?
It's just a question.
350. I think that's a good guess. Yeah.
How
Question?
many different species of owls are there?
Ooh, different species of owls. I don't know the exact number, but I know there's over about 600,000 different species of birds. And that's a lot of birds. I think that's more species than any other animal, actually. So there's a lot of different varieties of birds out there for many different reasons. And owls, let's see. I think there's a couple hundred different owl species? I don't know. I'll have to look that one up. Good question. Any more questions while I'm up here? No? All right. Well, do you guys want to take a few photos? Oh, we do have a question over here. I'll bring a mic to you real quick. Hold on. Yeah.
Wait, what is he about to ask? Wait, like a regular question? Okay.
So you mentioned predator. What are some possible predators that this owl might have?
Yeah, so people, unfortunately, although we don't mean to be predators to them, sometimes our actions can harm these birds, like I'd mentioned earlier. But sometimes in the wild, different animals like bobcats and coyotes can potentially be predators. Although they're not necessarily hunting these guys, it is definitely possible for them to catch them occasionally. Especially for the Harris hawks, since they do hunt in groups in the wild, especially out in the desert. There's not a lot of food out there. So coyotes will actually follow the packs and try to catch whatever they're trying to catch. So may that be a jackrabbit, and if not, maybe they might get a 2-for-1 meal and get a jackrabbit and a Harris hawk at that point. So Crimson actually has, through instinct, developed a fear for dogs. So he'll just try to fly away from them. He's scared of them. But I thought that was pretty interesting because he's never had a bad experience with one that I know of. And that instinct is so ingrained in him that he's just like, oh, I don't like that 4-legged thing on the ground there. So, but it's cool because it keeps them survivable in the wild too. But yeah, I would say probably one of those guys. And sometimes they do have territory wars. There's a lot of bird drama up in the sky. And so they can be predatory to each other, but they're not necessarily hunting each other, if that makes sense. It's just more, if another owl his size came into the area, they would definitely have somewhat of an aerial battle to determine that territory. And occasionally that can be fatal, although it usually isn't. But yeah, it's definitely possible. More questions? Yeah. I'll get to you guys, I promise.
How much does the owl weigh?
Oh my gosh. Oh, this guy is about 5 or 6 pounds, give or take, maybe 7 on a good day. He's pretty heavy right now, so definitely giving me a workout. That's why I'm kind of letting him rest here. But just to go off of that question, Crimson, the hawk that I had out earlier that I was holding, he's only about 1.8 pounds. So he's just under 2 pounds, and they actually have hollow bones. So they're able to pursue their prey a little bit faster that way, and that's what keeps them so light. You're kind of just weighing their organs at that point, really. And some of those hollow bones actually help with their respiratory system, so it kind of transfers the air, long story short, way faster into their lungs when they're pursuing their prey, and that's why they don't run out of breath as quickly as if we were running that fast, we'd probably run out of breath pretty fast. So they do have bones that are hollow that help with that type of respiratory system too. So yeah, more questions.
How many bones do they have?
How many bones do they have? Oh, I have actually never been asked that before. What a fantastic question. Let's see. You know, we have what, 206? So they probably have maybe a little less than 200. I'll have to look that one up.
Has hold on, I gotta remember.
Take a second. I'm going to look up that question, actually. I think that's very, very interesting. And I'll also look up how many owl species there are. 250. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, thanks. Oh, cool. So 250 different owl species. I was almost close with my 100 guess. And then, yeah.
Has a bird ever escaped you?
Has it ever escaped me? Yes. So sometimes when we are flying and working and hunting, the birds kind of want to do their own thing sometimes, and that's okay. He might get distracted and see something else he wants to chase, or he might be kind of tired for the day and wants to go fly into a tree and take a nap. So I have gone through many times where I've climbed trees, hiked mountains. The longest my bird has ever flown away from me was about 8 hours. That was a lot of hiking. Very proud of myself for pushing myself up that mountain to get my bird. He was so kind to have landed on my shoulder right when I got to the peak of the mountain. Loved that. Very kind of him. He's like, took you so long to get here. So it happens sometimes, but we usually do have a tracker on them, so that allows us to at least find the direction that they're going, and then hopefully that you have a strong bond, and that's what brings your bird back to. That bird that flew away from me was actually my imprint bird, one that I raised myself since he was a baby, and he just decided to take a rendezvous one day and go fly to the top of a mountain, so I decided to join him. It was beautiful from the top, took a nice break, looked at the view, but it happens sometimes, so we do have things in place to get them back, but sometimes they're away for a lot longer. Crimson had flown away for a few months one time, so he was out in the wild for, I'm not sure, about five or 6 months, give or take. And since his nails were nice and done and his beak was nice and sharp, he was able to actually go and survive all that time by himself. And then he was recaptured, and I have him now. So, yeah, so it happens, but we're able to help him out sometimes. Mm-hmm.
Do the birds come back to you?
They do, yeah, usually they do. So that's part of the training. We'll train them to do jump ups at first, and it's very slow. They kind of step onto your glove, and then they start to hop onto your glove, and then they'll slowly start to fly to your glove, and usually they're clipped into a leash. And then we take them outside, fly them a few times so they get used to it, unclip that leash, and kind of hope for the best. And if you've done enough training with them and you've established that bond enough, then they do come back to you. So I have gotten Crimson to the point when we are working, since that is slightly different than hunting. When I whistle, he'll come back to me now. And that's to keep him safe, and also just so he's able to kind of keep an eye on me also. He can also hear me. Yeah, some more questions.
How do you got your pet to stay still on that stool?
I can hear him too.
How do you get him to stay still for that long?
Oh my gosh, that's a great question. I have no idea. He's being a very good boy right now. I think he's so focused on everything going around him. But this is actually part of the training too. It's called manning, and it's something that we'll do with our birds, whether we're sitting here and talking to people or walking around in the field or something. Even in the backyard, we'll put them on our gloves so they get used to us being so close to them. And things like this, if I'm talking with my hands, because I'm Italian, it doesn't bother him. And usually with a wild bird, we want to stay very calm and quiet and keep them in slightly dimmer areas to get them used to us at first, because we are predators to them and they can be a little scared. But once they realize that they can trust us and that we're safe to be with, then they tend to relax a little bit more and trust us as well.
How do you find out how to name the birds?
Oh, so are you talking about just naming them in general? We can just name them whatever we want. That's why his name is Mr. Bojangles.
Does the tracker you put on him ever hurt him?
No, so it's just kind of like a bracelet. Let's see, maybe Bo will show you his. I don't want to reach my hand close to his feet, but you see that anklet right there? It has a little connection in the back, which I think
I do not see it.
You see that that little blue part right there? So it's basically just a little clip onto his anklet. And let's see, maybe I can turn it this way for everyone. This little part right there is what connects his tracker. So it's just we just screw it into his anklet, and it's like a little clip. Okay. And then we take it off when we're done.
One more question.
Yeah, all right.
Do they sleep standing up?
They can, yeah. So sometimes the owl, or any bird of prey really, they'll sleep standing up, and their legs are working on a tendon system, just like ours, that gets us to bend. So their legs are a little different. They bend the opposite way. So when they sit down, that closes their foot, so they can't open their foot again. So they'll kind of sit on the perch, and that keeps them from falling off the perch at night. And sometimes they'll put one of their feet up into their chest. And occasionally, if you raise a bird from a baby, they'll be very comfortable with you, and they sleep kind of on their bellies, which is really sweet. They look like a little boat sitting on their stomach. And I wish I had a photo of that. My bird used to do that. She was very sweet. So yeah, they can sleep standing up. They usually do. Yeah. So we're going to take some photos. If you guys want, you can join me up here and take some photos with Bo. If you have any questions, then I can answer those as well. So when you do come up to the bird, just make sure you come up real calmly and quietly. He gets a little nervous when people approach him too quickly. 27 bones in an owl. There you go. That's the answer to that. I was way off on that one. I'm actually surprised it's only 27. That's pretty cool. All right, you guys ready? All right, so you can go ahead and come up right next to me, and I'm going to bring him to you, okay? So just right there is fine, just so he can look at you and get used to you. All right, keep your hands down, just not to make him nervous. Oh, it's okay, yeah. All right, you guys. We'll go ahead and come up right here. We'll just kind of filter through and take some photos. Yeah, it's your turn. Ready? Right there is perfect. That's a good one. I like that. Do you want a picture? Or do you have a question? Those are his eyes. They're pretty. They're very, very pretty. They almost look fake, huh? You want a picture? Yeah, stand right there. I'm going to put them right over to you, okay? Yeah, of course, yeah. Thanks for letting me know. He's cool, huh? I like him too. You ready? All right, I'm going to bring him right up to you. Yeah, of course. All right, ready? Go ahead and stand right here. I'm going to bring him up to you. You're good. Right there is perfect. Ready? So this is actually Adam's owl, and he got him as just a wee lad, as an IS is what they're called, so a nestling basically. So I'm not exactly sure how he obtained him, but he got him when he was super young, so using him for education all that time.
If you push up the feathers, can you see the really, really long legs?
Yeah, you can. I don't know him well enough to touch him, but I can show you on Crimson how long his legs are. That they do have really long legs, and that actually helps Crimson hunt in the wild too, because they run on the ground and will grab stuff under bushes. Some questions? Ready? Or pictures? Go ahead and stand right here. All right, I'm bring them up behind you. Right there is perfect. All right, pose. Very cool. Perfect. Ready? All right there is perfect. I'm going to bring him right up to you, okay? He's cool. That's a good question. I don't know if they really care for it all that much. It's kind of more for us. They don't really need affection or anything like that. But I use it kind of like a bridge for a reward system. So even if I don't have a piece of food, I can give him a quick pet. Maybe not this guy, but my other bird I work with, and he kind of knows like, I did a good job. So I use it as like a training thing. Yeah, and it's always good because we do want to be able to interact with them and be able to change their equipment and have them not get too nervous with our touch as well. So it's more for taming them down a little bit too. Yeah. So if like something like earlier happened where I had to kind of handle him a little differently, he's not going to outright attack me knowing that I'm trying to help him and not just attack him, you know. Photo? Yeah. No, I don't have a yeah. Phone or that's camera. Okay. However, I have a question. Yeah. I just wanted to say hi. And also, I see his feathers flapping there. Why is that? What's here? Yeah, so that's just like his throat. So he kind of pants like a dog does. So it's just to regulate his temperature mostly. So he has really fuzzy feet here. And with the other birds, they're scaly, so they're able to regulate their temperature a little better through their feet. But since he's not able to do that, that's a good way for him to regulate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's an indicator? What's a way for him to indicate to you that he's hungry?
That he's hungry. Oh, goodness. Well, he's always hungry, so they'll always want to eat. But sometimes they'll kind of call at you, especially if you raise them and they're imprinted. They'll start to call to you like mom. To let you know, like, hey, I'm hungry. My imprint does that. He'll call to me even when he's not hungry. And then we also know through their weight. So we maintain their weight every day just to make sure that they stay healthy, but it's kind of like an athlete. So that you want to have that kind of peak athleticism. So they're just underweight enough to be able to pursue their prey quickly, but they're at a healthy weight to where they're not emaciated or overweight or anything like that. So that's a good way to tell too, because sometimes they'll hold their weight a little more in the summertime when it's hot, and then the winter they'll drop it because it's really cold and their metabolism's faster. So yeah, so we kind of adjust. Totally, yeah, and that's why we. Yeah. So usually falconers will feed their birds up a few grams every day until winter. So then when they get to winter, they're kind of heavier and ready to kind of go through that too. Yeah. So.
So how many meals would you say, since you say he eats quite often and throughout the day,
Mm-hmm.
how many meals or how many times per day will he eat?
Yeah, usually.
Snacks or
Yeah. Usually in the wild, any possible time they can, they'll eat. With us, they usually eat one big meal a day, or if we're training them, they'll eat smaller portions of that meal throughout the day. Just kind of depends what we're doing with them. So Crimson's my work bird. I'll feed him small tidbits, or what they called, throughout the day when we have like an 8-hour work day. So he'll eat kind of as he works, and that's how we use it as like an incentive to train them as well. And then his day off from working was today, so he got a nice big meal in the morning. Yeah, so.
Hi, everybody. I am Laura Cowan Higuchi, and I'm here to talk to you about sustainability, feminism, and project management, and utopianism. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to the OC organizing group and Fred Smaller, especially for coming up with this crazy competition and in having our school here today. I'd like to also say thank you to the Rancho Cielos team for believing in me and trusting me with your project and your vision. And most importantly, I'd like to say thank you to the countless, mostly women, support staff that I encountered over the last 19 months. Everywhere I turned, these women were, I think there used to be a joke, behind every man is a good woman. And I think in my experience in the last 25 years, behind every man is a team of women who are helping him get things together. And so I really wanted to come up here and share some thoughts with you that I've had, because I knew that the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon was going to be a transformative and experience like no other I'd had before, but I never really thought about how that would affect me. And it's helped me realize so much about who I am as a designer, as an architect, and as a person, and helped me clarify a lot of the thoughts I had about what I was trying to do in my career and move forward. So I wanted to take this moment to just acknowledge a lot of what I've learned and share that with you. And also I'd like to say thank you to all of the Nexus experts who really helped me understand each component of our house, to trust me to pull it together, and help me really create these connections between all of these different disciplines and groups of people and pull off this feat. One of the biggest things I like to take away from this is that project management is a design issue. It is not an ancillary part of architecture. It's not an ancillary part of building. It's actually not even an ancillary part of life. Project management is something that happens over and over, and is, without good project management, I don't believe we will be successful moving forward to create the sustainable and resilient future that we all hope for. So you may be asking yourself, who is this lady? Why is she standing here? What does she know about any of this? So I want to start off by saying a few things. One, I'm actually not an architect. I am a woman who has a master's degree in architecture. I have a bachelor's degree in architecture and fine arts, but I am not an architect. I am not a licensed architect, and we could talk about that a little bit more. I'd also like to say that while I'm very proud to be part of Team Nexus, I am standing here today expressing views that are all only my own. I hope that they would be proud of the message I bring today, but this is something I felt personally compelled to come and talk about. So as I said, I've been the lead designer for the Nexus home and the project manager for the last 19 months. I started working with Ecologic Architects about 2 years ago, and about 19 months ago, Thomas came to me and said, hey, do you want to help these people write an RFP for this kind of fun project in a decathlon? And I thought, sure, I could help with that. I have no idea how you do that, but I'll help. Well, what I quickly learned with Thomas, and as in many other people, help meant do as much of it as you can, and also here's a group of people that you have no information about, who have skills that may or may not be helpful to your mission, who are here to help you, and thank you very much. So I'm proud of what I've accomplished today, just to be here and have what is now an award-winning home from the Sustainability Decathlon. But before 2 years ago today, starting in about 2005, I started working at a firm called Jurdy Partnership. It's a large design firm that does mostly international retail projects. I've worked on projects in China, Russia, even in Santa Monica, and working on giant projects all over the world. Oftentimes working with teams that were not English, wasn't their native language, coordinating through different time zones, and dealing with really complicated systems. At Jurdy, I worked on projects that were literally the size of cities. Santa Monica Place is one here in California that you might be familiar with. That project I helped get through the design review board in Santa Monica and helped to translate to the architects that I was working with what the city and the community were looking for in this project. At Jurdy, my highest ranking title was Senior Associate Project Technical Designer. And the reason I share that with you is not only am I proud, but it's also kind of an interesting story for me. What I found as I've moved through architecture, construction, and design is that oftentimes I am the only woman in the room, or the most senior woman in the room as I moved later in my career. And so again, there were so many times where, despite my years of education and experience, as a woman, you're asked to do many things that a male colleague of a certain level wouldn't be asked to do. But also, in the technical side of architecture, it's not as shiny as the design. I'm not the one who's standing up there with a pencil sketch in front of the client saying, woo, this is gonna be the exciting thing. I'm the one who takes that pencil sketch, and I was the one who turned it into a real, actual building. And so, oftentimes, those roles are longer in duration in a project, so instead of being a couple of weeks or a couple of days, you're working on a project for 6 months, a year, even 10 years. Also, as in those technical roles, you're often the one who's controlling the budget, the schedule, and the staffing. And so, as a woman who has many family obligations, there are often times where the rough and tumble, fun design side of it, that it can be all-nighters and that it cannot be work for your schedule, that you have to take care of your dying parents, your siblings, and other people in your life, that you have to move mountains in your personal life and in your professional life. And so while there are oftentimes less competition for these roles, they do allow a lot more stability than a normal architectural job. And so even at Jurdy, I found that most of the roles of people who are doing the technical design were women. And when you're doing technical design, oftentimes the initial designer is not really interested in the complicated, nuanced items of why they can't have the thing that they want. And so oftentimes you feel very much that you're just saying no. But before Jurdy, I want to talk a little bit about how other roles I've had and how that relates to how I got to be here today. Before Jurdy, I worked as a site supervisor on construction sites. I was doing as-built drawings as the house was being built. I learned to draw details from framers. They were drawing in marker on 4x8 sheets of drywall, or 4x8 sheets of plywood, saying, this is the detail I need you to draw for me, and then figure out how this works. That's a perspective that most architects actually don't ever get. For me, a lot of times, these jobs that I took before were, instead of internships that were traditional, where I was working in an architecture firm, because I don't come from a background in which I could get paid very little or only work a few hours a week. For me, it was about being able to be housed and have food every day, that I had to take on all these different roles. And so for so long in my life, I really thought that taking on these other types of jobs were something that I was a little ashamed of, that it wasn't the pedigree that other classmates of mine were getting, and that these things seemed like something outside of my career as an architect. Before I even graduated, I was on the alumni board for SciArc, my graduate school. I helped do alumni fundraisers, which included an annual main event that was a hosted dinner event for over 500 people once a year, including fundraising and organizing and getting everybody to pull that off. And because, who wants free time, we also had a small subcommittee that would do something called a movable feast. And that was really about, well, honestly, we were just trying to get beer money. But we did. We pulled off these great events that were highly designed. One of them had a giant cornucopia in the center full of fruits and fountains of beer and wine. And while, again, that seemed like something other, something fun, and not really a serious part of architecture, it's those lessons that I learned about how do you pull together these people? How do you convince somebody of your vision to get them to donate money or objects or something else? And then also, how do you get people to trust you to pull something off and make it happen? You keep practicing, you keep learning. And these are the project management skills that we all need moving forward. And even before that, I worked in the Los Angeles Planning Department as an intern. And there I learned, oftentimes, I had thought adults would have all the answers, that our elected representatives would know all of the ins and outs of all of the zoning and planning things that I understood, that I had to learn in school. And so being exposed to and having conversations with council people in the city of Los Angeles and planning directors, and having the ability to explain simple street calming effects for downtown Crenshaw, or helping residents of West Adams understand how to change the retail street and public spaces within their neighborhoods was quite an eye-opening experience. Because for me, when I grew up, I moved to Los Angeles, or I grew up in, I grew up in the south side of Chicago in a neighborhood called Hyde Park. And oftentimes when I'm talking to people about planning ideas or different housing mixes or even lifestyle ideas, I present a vision that often can be called utopic. I believe in vibrant, walkable communities with mixed income, mixed use, mixed religions, mixed race, mixed housing, mixed social, economic, and educational backgrounds, and mixed scale, because that's where I grew up. And so every time I meet, again, different public officials and housing advocates, oftentimes they say, Laura, that's impossible. Who could possibly live in a community like that? It doesn't exist. Well, that's where I grew up. And so every time I move forward in my career, there have been so many times where people have said, oh no, you can't do that. It's too hard, it's too complicated, it's just not possible. Nobody's ever done it before. And I have to say that so many times I've been in that group of people where the impossible has been accomplished. And for me here, Nexus One is such a great example of that. When I was helping to write the briefs and work on this project, I want to say that all of the things that I brought to this were incredibly personal, because I too went to a vocational high school. I learned drafting in high school in my senior year. I actually have been doing AutoCAD, it turns out, for 35 years now. Our first drafting in AutoCAD was like on a DOS-based computer, and you had to write in all the coordinates, and then a pen plotter would plot it out, and it wasn't until your print was done that you found out if you got your shape right. So moving forward in my career, I started, as I said, as a place in believing in social justice. I believed in community activism. As a Chicago public school graduate, you learn, especially from the 80s and 90s, you learned about community action through school strikes and teacher walkouts. And those beliefs come to me. I bring those to every space that I've been in. But architecture, as an incredibly white, mostly upper middle class and male-dominated field, those visions, those ideals aren't often represented. And there aren't people like me at the table very often. So again, when I say something is possible and someone else says it isn't impossible, what I'd love to see is more people who have more experiences outside of that specific bubble of understanding that that is actually the only way forward in terms of sustainability resilience. It's not just the education part of it, but it's learning how do we work together, how do we understand each other, how do we bridge the gap. It's not just a professional thing, it's also a personal thing. For me, as a designer and working with houses, it's always astounding how many houses are designed by men who do not do the cooking, the cleaning up, and they're not a part of that. I often was embarrassed about where I came from and thought that I should pretend like I am not from there, because I didn't want anybody to understand that they could use that against me and take me down with that. But what I've learned, especially since I started working with the Nexus and Rancho Cielo team, is that your career path and your success, how high isn't how high you've gotten on the overall chart, but how high have you come? How far have you been able to grow and change your circumstances? How many tables have you been able to squeeze yourself into to be there and be a part of a conversation where a voice like yours may not have been represented? And mostly I've also learned from very young and moving forward that it's also my responsibility, just like it is yours, to be there and stand up for people who don't have a voice, to represent those ideas that aren't always being represented. And also it's important to ask those questions. You say it's only can be done this one way, why? You think it's impossible? Prove it. You think that somebody doesn't live like you do? Why don't you go out and meet a bunch of more people? So I ask for you to remember that when it comes to project management, it's often women who have historically been a part of the people who bridge differences in their families, and that translates to their careers. There are women who so often have to figure out how to compromise to get what they need and also provide the things they're being asked for. That's no different when it comes to professionalism. Those lessons that I always kept thinking were something other or something lesser than the larger architectural education that I got, they're just as important, if not more so. And for me, it's been so important to see how much can be done by people who really are well-meaning and have a vision beyond themselves. And I think the best way to do that is to try and find the most radical people you can who are interested in getting their hands dirty and really build something together and push to the table and say, I know what I'm talking about. And I'd like to thank Nexus team for, again, believing me in that. For me, it's always funny because I think Joe DeRusi talks about a career path at Rancho Cielo, that's a ladder to success, that you understand the steps it takes to get from where you are to being successful. And for me, I never really understood how that worked. And I realize now it's because there have been so few times where I've seen someone who looks like me, who sounds like me, in a position that I want to be in. And I didn't have those mentors. I didn't have mentors who came from a position in which they had to be self-supportive. Oftentimes, I worked with older men who just said, well, this will be nice for you, and you can have this as a hobby to fall back on when your kids go back to school, or that I should somehow want less because I was a woman. That wasn't where I came from. That's not how I was brought up. And it didn't occur to me recently that a lot of the opportunities I was given, because I thought I was kind of gaming the system, was because I am a woman in STEM. Because when I was younger, there was no STEM. We didn't talk about it that way. And as a woman who comes from a community that is incredibly radicalized, it didn't occur to me that I should stop pushing to be who I was because I was a woman. And even when I've been questioned over and over again, I've said it didn't occur to me to take any heed to what people were saying. But most importantly, I want to talk about what it means to be a project manager, because I think this is something that oftentimes is overlooked. It seems to be, as I said in the beginning, an ancillary role, meaning that's not something that's important. But project management is a design problem. How do you get your resources to build the thing you want? There's nothing more important in a question. How the kind of project manager you are can save millions of dollars on a project. It can save people time, but it's also the ability to think future casting, understanding how to manage people below you, how to manage people above you, how to code switch and be in one situation where you're talking about incredible details about structure with somebody who's just as passionate as you. It's about being someone who can say, I don't know, and not feel unconfident about that. And somebody who can say, I see your point of view, I have a different one, and I'd like you to hear me out. To come together and keep asking, how can we do this? How can we make this better? And what I learned from the Rancho Cielo team, which I appreciate so much, is also, am I doing my best work? For so long, just being in a situation, in a job, I was supposed to be thankful just to get to be there. And oftentimes, I wanted to push what was going on to be better, to do more, to be more inclusive, to include more ideas, to look about how do people really live their lives? Is what we're doing serving a real family, or does it just look pretty? Is this doing actually what we're asking it to do? And oftentimes people are unwilling to have those questions asked because they have a very tight deadline, a very tight budget, and these sort of explorations seems like something other. But I think as we move forward and we want to live in sustainable, healthy homes, I really think that the only way we can do this is by taking time and being thoughtful about what we are doing, making sure that things we're doing is not just because of the way people supposed to do it, always do it, but that people are building something together. And most importantly, I think that it's not an architecture problem, it's not a builder's problem, it's not an engineering problem, it's not a human problem, it's all of our problem together. And so for the first time, this Nexus team has been the closest I've ever been to the kind of working situation I wanted, where you have the opportunity to explore ideas with other experts. When you're working on a project, oftentimes somebody won't give you your ideas unless they know they have the job. They don't want to sit and explore with you. There aren't a lot of opportunities to even say, hey, I'll pay your hourly rate, but can we talk about MEP systems for 2 hours? I want to know more. It's hard to get information. It's complicated and it's confusing. And these things that were independent are becoming more and more interlocking and interchangeable. And there are a lot of hard decisions, a lot of products out there, and with greenwashing and other kinds of misinformation, it would take a lot of time and energy, and every project shouldn't have to start at zero. And that's what we're asking people to do right now. We're saying, hi, you want to build a house? Good luck. Hope your contractor knows what he's doing. Hope your architect cares about what you do. And I don't know, take your life savings and hope you like what you get at the end. It shouldn't be a gamble like that. I think that the way we traditionally run offices and run construction projects, it doesn't leave a lot of room for that. And so I guess my next challenge is maybe for the next OCSD competition, we can ask for more, not just what is our business strategy and our marketing strategy, but how do we continue to develop the things that we build, to think about them and share that information with other people? Because I don't think that this should be something that is only available to people who have the privilege to build a home. When I say that I believe everyone deserves a sustainable and healthy home, I really mean it. I don't live in a sustainable and healthy home. I don't believe many of my friends and families do, and I would like that for everyone, more than you can possibly imagine. So, Katie, I think if anybody has any questions, I would like to answer them right now, but thank you very much. Southern California Institute of Architecture. And then I did my undergrad at the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. Nice.
Hi, Laura. Thank you for your talk. It was really interesting. And one of the questions that I had was, you mentioned that project management is a design issue. And in that, is there a system that you use or a format that has gotten you through project management and projects in general? No is the answer, unfortunately. And that's something I've been thinking a lot about, especially since this project. I think there are some tools out there. I think the hardest part about project management when you're talking about home building and construction is actually the communication gap
You have people who are facile with email and texting, and other people who prefer phone calls and in-person meeting. And that can be a very complicated thing to navigate when you have a fast-moving project. And so I would love to start exploring that. And I do think that there's something also about how do you store that information once you have it. So things like your contractor unboxes your dishwasher, where does that manual go? How do we start with, when you move into your home, you really have all that information. And again, the process of building a house in Southern California right now is that you, as an architect, draw drawings that get you a permit. They don't tend to have very many details and are only compliant with the bare minimum of laws. And then your client often will find a contractor who will pick the finishes, oftentimes the appliances and other things. And as an architect, you maybe visit the site once or twice, and at the end, you hope it's close to what you wanted. And I don't think that that's a thoughtful enough way. So again, I think documentation, following up on these things, having debriefings, what did we learn, and also having the engineers, architects, and designers all together constantly checking in on that project. I don't know that that's sustainable for every single individual home, but if you can get a system of homes that work together, I think that you can start checking some of those things off. All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Welcome to the Orange County Sustainability Award ceremony. Today we're here to honor the winners of the Market Potential Award, Innovation Awards, and overall competition. Our program is set to begin very soon, so kindly start making your way to your seats. Welcome to the Orange County Sustainability Award ceremony. Today we're here to honor the winners of the Market Potential Award, Innovation Award, and overall competition. Our program is set to begin very soon, so kindly start to make way to your seats. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing today? day. Oh my gosh, can you believe this is the last day? How are we all feeling out there? You feeling good? Wow. Well, welcome to the Orange County Sustainability Awards ceremony today, where we will be handing out the award for Market Potential, Innovation Award, and the overall competition. You ready for that? Gosh, can you believe it? We've witnessed stories of challenges and triumphs, and today we're here to continue to celebrate the fruits of your labor. You should all be so proud of yourself. I had an opportunity to go out there. Yes, give yourselves a round of applause. I finally got the opportunity to connect with so many of you and check out your homes, and it's so amazing to actually see it come to life. After all of your unwavering dedication, discipline, innovation, creativity, and your triumphant journey of overcoming obstacles, we're here to celebrate each and every one of you. This event stands as a powerful reminder that dreams can indeed become a reality through determination and unwavering effort. As you continue to grow personally and professionally, each and every one of you is contributing to something truly incredible and essential to our beautiful planet. Not only that, but this is an occasion that places strong emphasis on diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental justice, ensuring we collectively work towards a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. All right, so you ready to get to it? So let's keep that energy up as we dive into the awards ceremony as we welcome our amazing MC, June Kim Lopez.
Thank you, Oya. She always gets the crowd so excited. We got our four-legged friends here too, everyone's here to celebrate sustainability. And today's the final day of the awards ceremony, so it's bittersweet. It's sweet because all that hard work continues to get recognized. I'm so excited about the overall, who's gonna take it? It's a secret envelope, higher security than the Academy Awards. But also bitter because now after this, there's no more stage. We have one more day tomorrow. So please take the opportunity to check out all the homes that have been built with love and dedication and great amount of care. And take the time to hear the personal stories of those who built it. It's amazing. The stories behind those homes are just as incredible as what they have built, truly letting us know that our future looks bright and better. So without further ado, let's start with the first category, which is the Market Potential Contest. And to tell us all about that category and who has placed for this honorable recognition is no other than Mike Wassemer. He is a designer, he manages all these collegiate competition. You know, he also did the Sustainability Decathlon as an advisor, but also the Solar Decathlon, which was really sort of the inspiration of the Sustainability Decathlon. So this man has been there, done that from the very beginning, inspiring students and communities all over the world to do better and to push harder. So without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Mike Wassemer.
All right, everyone, here we go. Okay, I'll get right to it. This contest, Market Potential, evaluates how prepared and well-positioned each team is to deliver energy-efficient, resilient, sustainable, and affordable solutions to and for the California housing market in the 5 to 10 years following the competition. The range of possible solutions includes, but is not limited to, the research, design, development, construction, installation, manufacturing, and sale of residential buildings, landscapes, systems, technologies, and products. Positive outcomes resulting from activities in the areas of education, outreach, community service, market research, activism, code development, and more are also recognized in this contest. So we took a very comprehensive approach to this contest. We wanted any of the initiatives taking place after this competition, after the homes leave, to be recognized in the Market Potential contest. And it's all about leveraging what you've done here to make an impact in the California housing market and the education and informing the public and educating the public using these model homes as tools to accomplish those goals. So for our Market Potential jury, we had 3 members of the jury. First, Chris Maher, Senior Vice President of Community Development at Rancho Mission Viejo here in Orange County. We have Kevin Casey, founder and CEO of New Avenue Homes, which touts itself as the original custom ADU design build firm. And Tyler Pullen, Senior Technical Advisor at Turner Housing Innovation Labs in the Bay Area. And after reflecting upon his experience for a couple days, Kevin, one of our jurors, wrote the following in an email to us. He said, "Those teams are truly impressive. What you've organized will shape the careers of these students and change their lives. I bet you'll see a few startups out of this too. You've made a viable impact with the potential to shift the housing market toward a more sustainable future. Thank you for including me in your judging. I will look up the team's websites and send a follow-up note congratulating the teams on their efforts. I'd be happy to support you in the future." So now, on behalf of the Market Potential jury, I'd like to present the awards. About our third place team, the jury said, "This team did a wonderfully thorough market analysis in their jury brief, and they had a great website design. Their home was designed and constructed well and is applicable to a wide market." And I just want to mention, I'd like to encourage everyone to visit our website at ocsd23.com to read all our jury's detailed scoring justification summaries. It's really interesting while you're at the house. It's interesting and fun to read what the juries thought about the projects, their specific comments, as you're touring the home. And then everyone here, we want you to participate, referring to the members of the general public, and decide where you agree and disagree with the juries. There's a lot of subjectivity, and there's a lot of, it's inevitable. We're human. There's biases that enter the evaluation process, and it's really interesting to kind of get involved and compare what your impressions are of the projects to what the jury's impressions were. And they rarely match perfectly, and that's a beautiful thing, I think. It spurs on discussion and education. So I'd encourage you to do that. I won't read through all the comments they have here. I'll let you do that when you're out touring the houses. But back to the business at hand, the third place award goes to Cal Poly Pomona.
So if you've been here for the couple awards, I haven't been lying. We're like over 100 students. This is, again, just a quick snippet of us. But for our Market Potential team, we actually had a business student who was very integral, Jerry Kwan, who worked in this. So I'm going to read his speech. So this is the first time you'll see me read right now. "It is an honor to be here and accept this award for the Market Potential competition. A house is as good as the people who built it, and we wouldn't have been able to get here if it weren't for all the people we had on our team and in our community. As such, I want to extend my deepest gratitude and admiration to every member of our team, from the students at the very beginning to our newest members, to our faculty advisors, and to our external mentors. In particular, for this contest, I want to extend thanks to Dr. Anthony Orlando for providing his perspective and resources to accelerate our research in our legal, financial, and social facets of home ownerships. We are both grateful to this help and hopeful to this unique work will inspire other students to join our team, as more students from one more discipline contribute their insights and skills to our team. We look forward to building a strong community and transforming this project from a house building competition to a home building experience. With that, we thank you and we invite you to lay your roots with Team Roots.
All right. About our second place team, the giveaway comes pretty quickly, so this is going to be a short build-up. They define their market niche well and designed to it. We really like the novelty of being able to put the house on any lot and be self-sufficient. The idea of a greenhouse can provide so many attributes to the livability of the property. The second place award goes to UC Santa Cruz.
You can keep the applause going. It's a long walk. There you go. It's Saturday.
Hi, everyone. This is just having been building houses for the last 20 years from bare land and hoping to provide a way for other people to do the same thing, provide affordable living. This is my dream come true. There's beautiful pieces of land out there that can be developed sustainably in concerts with nature and provide everybody a super healthy living experience that I think will allow them to appreciate the nature around them, the world around them, and build a better place for us and our future generations. So this is fantastic. I'm super excited, and let's do it.
All right, here we go. About our first place team. The jury said, this team's flexible design and ease of assembly makes their product available to a very wide market. The large variety of floor plan options gives huge opportunity to a wide variety of needs. Very thrilled to see where the project is going and who it is designed for. They pushed beyond the building itself to consider the entire site and solved water and energy problems. The first place award goes to UC Irvine, OCC.
Let's go, Anteaters! you can go this way. Choose, make a, there's so many choices.
Hello. Thank you so much for the award. We really appreciate it. Thank you to the jurors, sponsors, and partners. You wouldn't have been able to make this as marketable as if we didn't have you guys working on the project with us. FrameCAD Systems was specifically the one thing that we really wanted to emphasize within our project. Steel is the future, with it being one of the most highest recycled materials in the world. FrameCAD Systems was able to make that extremely easy with all of our team working on FrameCAD over the summer. It was one of the easiest things to do with especially intro-level college students, people who have never been on a construction site. Makes it extremely marketable. Also mixing and matching modules together was a huge thing for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone here and really excited to accelerate the future to sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The problem with these students is that they're also very humble. They don't like to brag about their accomplishments. But I have to really give a shout out to our business team. Kai Myers, Byron, Sahir back in London, and Claire, who early on came up with a pitch deck with a business plan. And I feel like for us as the leads, often burned out by everything else, working on the project, we really enjoyed that youthful optimism that we can actually disrupt the housing market, that we have a solution, and we're looking for partners and investors, so come and find us, Lot 301.
Giving out awards is so much fun because everyone's happy. Everyone feels good. The next category is innovation. You know, sustainability is a beautiful thing. And this next person that I'm going to introduce you totally embodies what I just said. Beauty, grace, responsibility, and making this earth better than she found it. So I'm going to introduce you to Cadence Collette. She is Teen Miss California Earth USA. Not only is she beautiful, but she's an entrepreneur dedicated to greener, better earth. She even has her own line called SAGE, which stands for Sustainable Alternative for Green Earth. And she's going to be competing for the national title in December. So as we're all celebrating the New Year's, let's make sure that we send all our positive vibes and waves to Collette. Miss Collette, Cadence Collette.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cadence Collette, your Teen Miss California Earth USA 2023, and I'm here to introduce the Innovation Awards. The Innovation Contest considers how well teams demonstrate the capacity to go above and beyond existing boundaries to push the envelope of possibilities and to address climate change and the critical housing issues in California. Solving complex problems calls for creative thinking and stepping outside the box to envision and develop new solutions for design, materials, and products for the home building industry. The team that nails this contest shows that it has the vision as well as the nuts and bolts understanding for innovative thinking for a model home appropriate for the target market segment and geographic location the team has identified. Each of our 5 juries came up with 2 scores for each project. The first score was a measure of the project's merit against the core criteria. The second score was a measure of the degree of innovation in the jury's subject area. The innovation contest scores were calculated by averaging the 5 juries' innovation scores. So this contest recognizes innovation across sustainability, resilience, architecture, interior design, engineering, construction, communications, marketing, and market potential. About our 3rd place team, the juries recognized innovations including the modular concept and multiple configurations, smart systems, and attainable yet durable finishes. The FrameCAD construction is an innovative technology that allows site-formed steel framing that can be screwed together like a building scale erector set. The south-facing aluminum turtle wall is a nice decorative element that decreases solar gain. The innovative use of phase change material for improved thermal mass. The novel use of cooling from heat pump water heater to condition the crawl space in summer. And the team integrates existing technology to fully realize potential, including software, hardware, and market flexibility. The 3rd place award for innovation goes to UC Irvine. Gotta wrangle y'all, come on back up.
Teammate does it again.
Start this off by giving a special shout out to Orange Coast College because without them we would not have had FrameCAD at all. They have a FrameCAD machine at their school and it was of clearly great use in this project. We really wanted to work hard for making a house that's maybe not built for the ideal, most sustainable possible person, but rather a real actual person who can use sustainable items and products in their home and perhaps take that same sustainable ideology out into the rest of the world. So in the workplace, in a recreational place, we really wanted to start in the home. So thank you very much for this award. We are very honored.
Congratulations, UC Irvine. Now, a little about our 2nd place team. Here is a sampling of the jury's comments. The use of cork was innovative and it did not catch fire when tested. We recognized the modular concept and execution, solar hot water system, reuse of cribbing materials for functional exhibit use, flexible space, ERV integration, and education window. The house employs innovative technologies and products, including the span panel for electrical system control, cork sliding, shower water heat recovery, and solar water heating. We were intrigued by their integration of the modular design and assembly, healthy building design, and education. The 2nd place award for innovation goes to... This card is stuck in the envelope.
I know, there's suspense. We're trying to build suspense.
Okay, that is not coming out of there, you guys. The 2nd place award for innovation goes to Rancho Cielo.
Hello, everybody. My name is Josue. I just want to thank everybody and thank you guys for this award. Thank the sponsors and collaborators. Really, everybody just for adding their own twist and their own innovative ideas from the air usage with the ERV, the water usage with the quarter-inch tubing, electrical usage. So, yeah, it means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Hi, everybody. I cannot explain how much this means to us. I can't believe this team let me take all their great ideas and put them together and trusted us all to make this happen. I couldn't be more proud of everybody here who did all of this and everybody at home who wasn't able to be here today. So thank you.
Quickly, thank everybody for coming through our house and just seeing what these students have done. The innovation is incredible. So give it up for these kids. Ed Bennett, who just kept these kids on track and just kept the goals focused so strongly. These kids realize now what they've built, so it's pretty incredible. You mentioned the cork on the outside. The house floats also. No, I'm kidding. So it does a lot of things. We didn't test it in the water, but it does a lot of other things. The span meter and everything else, this house is self-sufficient. So we're very proud to be part of this process as organization and for the organizers for this Orange County Sustainable Decathlon. So thank you.
Now I know why they sat in the front, because they knew after last award ceremony.
Congratulations, Rancho Cielo. All right, now a little bit about our first place team. The juries recognized the following. It included creative, homegrown gray water and rainwater systems. It had a lot of unique projects that exemplified their vision. For example, the cookbook, the soapy water plants, the greenhouse concept, and the creative breakfast nook. The double skin concept of a structure within a structure to create a greenhouse biohabitat is noteworthy. It utilized surplus shipping containers, facade panel swapping, and off-grid optimization. The greenhouse wrapped around the house is an innovative design concept worthy of further development. Shipping container homes are not a new idea, but the integration of a greenhouse structure and off-grid elements were all well done and interesting. The first place award for innovation goes to UC Santa Cruz.
They're back on the stage.
Congratulations.
Well, what an honor. Thank you so much. Well, at UC Santa Cruz, we're nothing if not innovative. You know, we kind of have a legacy of having new ideas, and I love that we can represent our school in this way. It was such a cool thing to be a part of a project with people new to building, and frankly, out of that came all these innovations. You know, people who weren't just grounded by preconceived notions of what a building can and should be or something. It was new ideas to the table, incorporated together. I want to just recognize Carrie Williams, who developed the gray water system for this project. It really was an eye-catcher for a lot of people coming to see it, and it's a fantastic idea. I also want to acknowledge just Sue Carter and the Carter Lab for developing those red solar panels you see. Really cool technology. And it's been so cool to see all of your innovations you've made too. So thank you for honoring us with first place.
So this is actually, innovation is the area that I'm most passionate about, so this is a dream come true. Some of you might not know, but I've been running the Innovation Center from Santa Cruz for many years. And the students here, they brought all the innovative ideas and brought them to life in ways that I hope you guys can see when you visit the home. And I hope that these innovations further develop and really make it to make the world more sustainable, not just here in California, but more globally as well. Thank you so much, but the students get all the recognition. They built the house, so.
Congratulations, UC Santa Cruz.
Thank you so much, Ken. Now, you know, it's really funny because, you know, they come up here several times on stage. I'm like, yeah, you got to keep taking the picture. That's what a winner does. I'm like, oh, it took so many pictures. I love that. All right. So now it's the grand finale. This is the overall portion of the competition. This is the big one. That's why the trophies got larger. And to introduce this bigger-than-life category is no other than this gentleman, Mike Moodian, who is part of the dynamic duo with Fred Smaller. And if you've never met this man, you will be amazed at his energy level. He was selected as one of Orange County's most influential leaders. He's a leader, researcher, doer, a family man. He's got his beautiful family here. They're so supportive of everything that he does. He also produced a documentary with OC World called Coastal Crisis. I could go on, but you don't want to hear from me. Let's bring up Mike Moodian.
I asked them to pick the good music when we come up, so listen, we made it. How does it feel, students? We're at the end. It's time to celebrate all your hard work. It's time to celebrate all your hard work. We have many great staff members who have been part of this project, and Fred is going to recognize them shortly to talk about many of our staff members who are just fantastic. But before we do that, before we get to that point, I would like to acknowledge really two people, two individuals who are the reason why we're here. One of them is State Senator Dave Min, who's not here, but he was at our opening ceremony. Obviously, you see his name all over our event. State Senator Min represents this district that we're in the California State Senate, the 37th State Senate District. And going back to the pre-COVID days, Fred and I traveled up and down the state trying to obtain support for this. And we were politely kicked out of a lot of offices, a lot of big city mayor offices, and we went to Sacramento and to Los Angeles and to San Diego and all around Orange County. But Dave Min got elected to the state senate in late 2020, and we presented this whole concept and this idea to him, and he ran with it. This was the first budget appropriation request that he made as a state senator. He took ownership of this from the very beginning and got the funding for this event. So big thanks to State Senator Min, who I believe is watching on the live stream right now. He couldn't be here today. And the second person, he's going to hate that I'm going to say this, is our own CEO, Fred Smaller, who's going to speak in just a moment. Fred, what I learned from Fred is Fred doesn't quit. He doesn't quit. And it's an excellent life skill, I think, that should apply to all the students that are here as well. We were told no so many times. We had so many setbacks. When it looked like we were going to make a little progress in moving forward with this event, COVID hit. And I thought to myself, well, okay, it's over. Nobody knew when we were going to open back up again, and all of the people that we had advanced conversations with, those conversations all died. I mean, they went nowhere. But Fred is dogged. Fred is passionate. Fred is passionate about doing good and making an impact. And it's been hard work. It's been hard work for the past couple of years. But here we are, and it's a really, really special moment to be here right now. If you know Fred and you know me, and then you meet our wives, you find out very quickly that we both married up. I mean, big time, big time. So I would like to just acknowledge Lydia Smoller, who's here, and my wife, Margaret, both of whom, thank you. Both of whom have put up with us. They really are our better halves. They are the graceful, intelligent, wise, stable forces, and we are so grateful for both of them. So thank you both. And to my wife, Margaret, you'll have me back soon. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. You might enjoy the fact that I've been gone for the last 3.5 weeks, but very good. I would just like to spend a brief moment talking about my appreciation for all of the students here right now. And we've all been here for about 3.5 weeks. By the time we get to Friday, which is the last day of breakdown, it'll be about a month that we've been here on site. And I think many would agree, it's been hard. It's been hard. Long days, getting here early, leaving late at night. It's been fun, but it's also been stressful. It's been tiring. It's been lonely many times. And I think that there are many who have likely shared those feelings. But when we look back at this competition years from now, here is what I will remember the most. Here's what I'll remember the most. I will remember the amazing people that I got to interact with and learn from during the past month. Amazing, amazing people. Every team was different. Every team had different personalities. Every team really put a lot of effort into getting here. I don't know if Professor Amen from UCI is here. He might have stepped out. Or Faisal, are you here, Faisal? Maybe not. They might have stepped away. But I never told them this, but when I see Amen and Faisal, I often think of the relationship that Fred and I have, where you have Amen is a professor and Faisal it's kind of a mentor-mentee relationship, but you could tell they have this sort of close relationship, kind of two kindred spirits, if you will. And I always thought about my relationship with Fred when I saw them. Team UC Riverside, where are you? Team UCR. Audience, I'm telling you, you do not know what they went through to get here. And it's really the untold story of the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon. I am so impressed with their resilience. They went through hell to get here. And I think back to when I was in my early 20s or my late teens, there's no way I would have kept at it. And I'm sure they could share that story with you. But I'm so deeply impressed, and you have built character traits based on everything that you've done to get here to this point. UC Santa Cruz, what a group, what a group. I love UC Santa Cruz. When I enter their house, I exit and I just have much more of a calm vibe after that experience. They wear tie-dye shirts. Eli, a recent PhD grad, comes up here and he's wearing a Grateful Dead shirt during the opening ceremony, which is appropriate because Jerry Garcia always said what a long, strange trip it's been, and that kind of highlights our decathlon. Rancho Cielo, amazing, amazing, amazing people. What more can we say? Class act. You see it from the top all the way, every level of this group, from those who are the leaders of Rancho Cielo, the major supporters of Rancho Cielo, these students. My gosh, I'm so honored to be able to be here with all of you. Incredible, and I can't wait to see where the future takes you. So much respect for all of you, Rancho Cielo. Deep, deep respect for all of you. We have the UCI, both UCI teams. Jennifer, I don't know where Jennifer is, but I saw firsthand all the work you put in along with everyone else, and Mark and everyone else. What a great house. Cal Poly Pomona, which is the one team, I believe, that has an all-female leadership team in terms of faculty. Amazing, amazing house. Great work. Long Beach State, the smallest team, and what a job Long Beach State did. UC San Diego, Robert, what a great, great job that everyone did. And then even Cal State Northridge, who went through so many challenges as well, but got here ready to get to work. Everybody came here, worked hard, and I'm so, so honored and proud to be involved in this event with all of you. And I just want to say one more thing in closing. I've got a little 8-year-old who isn't shy, if you notice. He's right down here in the front. And when I look at all of my interactions with all of you, and I mean this sincerely, I don't say things like this lightly. If my little guy is in your shoes 10, 12 years from now, I'll know I did a good job as a parent. That's how much I respect and admire all of you. So thank you all. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to introduce our president, Dr. Fred Smoller, who's now going to introduce the winners of the entire competition. Fred Smoller is a longtime professor at Chapman University in the city of Orange. Fred was really instrumental. He first got involved with the Department of Energy Solar Decathlon and worked with the DOE years ago to bring it to Irvine, and then worked tirelessly to launch this state-funded event. And we'll see what the future has in store. You never know what we're up to, so we'll see what happens next. So, Dr. Fred Smoller.
Well, I first would love to thank Mike Moodian. If Mike wasn't here, I'd have to stand next to Miss Teen California. Anyway, this event is based on 2 simple truths. Climate change is real. Education is key to addressing it. To paraphrase the United Nations Climate Action Report, education can encourage people to change their attitudes and behavior and encourage them to make informed decisions. In the classroom, young people can be taught the impact of global warming and the importance of climate action. By tapping into the minds and imaginations of young people, we can find the solutions to our environmental challenges. By challenging all of you with a big, hairy, audacious goal, like building a house, taking it apart, shipping it to Orange County, and putting it back together, you've shown us the grit that we will need to conquer climate change. You got to be crazy to do this, but you did it. We stand in awe of your persistence. You make us want to be better custodians of the planet. Our little event, we hope, has transformed the students who built the homes and those that toured them. We hope to transform the economy by incentivizing the private sectors who produce sustainable goods and services, and we also hope to transform Southern California by making it the sustainable capital of the world. None of this would have been possible without a talented and dedicated staff. I'm going to mention some names. Forgive me if I leave anyone out. It's a big undertaking. You don't do something like this alone. Obviously, Mike Moodian, the vice president and co-founder, Mike Wassmer, our competition director, Christina Lamb, the event director, put all of this on. You may have met Tom Myers, the building inspector. He kept our houses safe, and I said to Tom, safety first. Safety must come first. Bobby Vance, our competition assistant, Rudy Hoopner, our webmaster, and by the way, go to that webpage. It looks great. And then all of the assistants, they've labored quietly, and only last night did I realize they were such hams. Katie Oftali, Jolie Tron, Kang Tron, Lisbeth de la Luz, Lizeth de la Luz, and Hawk Shabazian, thank you all. Finally, they're in blue shirts, but we had 100 people sign up to volunteer. Oops. And we simply can't thank you enough. We could not do this without you. Obviously, just a couple of others, Senator Dave Min, our fiscal sponsor, Charitable Ventures, the OC Fair and Events Center, and finally, our families, especially my wife, Lydia. You can't, putting up with me and putting up this competition is a heavy lift. So let's start and announce the winners. Coming in third place, the overall competition is, Mike, you're going to come up for number 1, Cal Poly Pomona.
It's the overall category. Yeah. You got third. That's awesome.
So the fellow people right next to me are actually all our project managers who have worked either from a year ago, a couple semesters ago, or even 2 months ago. So we've had different stages in our building construction design, and these are just the fellow names that I've been plugging this whole week, but I wanted them to step up a little bit so you could really see their faces and all the hard work they've put into it. We're incredibly honored to be placing in third place in this competition. We have worked so hard and endlessly in hours and times and people. And as many of you know, this project, its magnitude is incredibly hard. I mean, there's no other way to say it. This project was really, really hard, from funding to designing to finding those sponsorships to finding community outreach to getting the word out there. Every little bit was incredibly hard for our team. Even in this competition, 8 weeks before it, we didn't know if we were going to be able to bring a house or finish construction, and those are the hardships. But I do want to highlight that Cal Poly Pomona is a Hispanic serving institute, so a lot of our students are either low income, of Spanish origin, and have faced many personal hardships, and Cal Poly Pomona has exemplified that message through our team right here. As mentioned before, we are a woman leadership team that has led our construction, but our men over here have obviously aided us in our design over here. Kevin, Jay helped the senior design project the last year and has been here helping us out to the finish line. So, gracias por todos por venir aquí. I'm going to give it in Spanish just a little bit because I know that a couple of students from our school and families are joining in the live stream. Gracias por todos los estudiantes que han contribuido al proyecto con la familia y el soporte del colegio y la universidad y todos nuestros sponsorships que han venido juntos a hacer la Casa Roots. Es un honor estar aquí con todos los estudiantes. Más de 100 estudiantes han contribuido a este proyecto y hemos tenido estudiantes de variadas disciplinas de arquitectura, ingeniería, regenerative studies, perdón. Y mucho, es una magnitud y estamos demasiado felices de estar aquí presentando y volver acá al Poli con tercer lugar en una competencia internacional con todo California. So, muchas gracias. We are very honored to be taking home third place, and we hope to be back here at some point. But for now, thank you for coming to the Roots House. There's still one more day. Please stop by and come for my guided tours and come learn more about our design and all the hard work that went into our team. Thank you to our Dean of Engineering, Andrew Kitsever. Thank you to our Civil Chair. Thank you to Professor Kim, our project manager, because without her, this project would not have been possible with the incredible mentorship she has led from day one to the final days here. And to Professor Lynn, our architecture project advisor, please give a huge shout out to her. And to Mike Sullivan, who helped with our architectural landscaping design and made it look all beautiful out there. Thank you.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to say anything, so there's so many people to thank, so I'll make this really quick, but thank you to the organizers. I want to just tell you that it was so meaningful to me to come on Education Day and witness my daughter and her class coming through the house, and my other daughter is coming with her Girl Scout troop tomorrow, and I just want to say that that's what this is all about. I also just wanted to say that we wanted to do the solar decathlon for like a long time, and none of us in the architecture department had the guts to take it on. And then Dr. Kim came this year as a new professor and brought this project and somehow has managed to really spearhead it and make it happen. Just wanted to acknowledge her again. And then lastly, the students and Mike Sullivan, you're all on my speed dial now, and I'm sorry that I'm blowing up your phone all the time. But I have really developed some meaningful relationships with all of you, and you're so impressive.
And now, number 2, the second place team, UC Irvine, OCC.
That's the power of partnership right there.
Thank you so much for giving us this award. Total representation of all the work that went into this project. Absolute honor. A few names that come to mind: Jennifer Wilkins, Mark Walter, you know how much I love you guys. Joseph Serafian, Victor Alvarez, Roseanne Kings, Dean Abernathy, Jojo Crowley. All of you guys are amazing mentors, totally led the way, totally guided us through everything. I mean, a lot of us are intro students, never been on a construction site. We were totally guided through the whole process, and everything felt extremely comfortable, extremely accepting. This project was so multifaceted. So many people from different levels of expertise were able to work on this project, different age groups. I mean, we had people from 18 to like 60 working on this project. So it was really interesting being able to collaborate with people in different areas of study and understand who they are and how we're able to absolutely be able to function in such a beautiful way with each other. And even with the project being 80% women, 80% women, it was a beautiful thing and totally inspiring to see that we, especially on a construction site in a male-dominated field, could do something like this. Absolutely crazy. To know that the field of architecture contributes to nearly half of carbon emissions globally, and that we are able to do something like this and be able to build an actual home in an ethical and moral way is how we should have been building from the very beginning. This award is everything, everything. So the collaboration between OCC, UCI, beautiful thing, and I'm so glad that we were able to accomplish something as beautiful as this. Love you guys so much. Go Team Made, let's go.
All right. As a project manager of this team, I usually don't have time to write up speeches. I have a lot of stuff going through my mind, told myself not to get emotional. Definitely want to make sure to tell you how amazing it was to see these students bond with each other, coming from very different ways of life, and coming together for a good cause and knowing that we're gonna build this house for people that are less fortunate than us. I mean, we really got to experience it ourselves when we were screwing in the subfloor in the melting heat in July, and everyone just being so happy when we finally had a roof. And that's pretty much it. I mean, you build a home, you build a safe space, and it transforms the people, it transformed the team. I think the time we spent here at the fairgrounds was really special. I don't think that I've had time to process it all. I want to thank Mark Walter, who almost killed himself building this house, but it paid off. We got some nice trophies. Just love what the team members and the students grew and became better people just being part of the team. And thank you.
So my name is Joseph. I'm the project designer from Orange Coast College and faculty advisor. I just wanted to say, you know, this project reminds me of a lot of really great just sayings, and one of them came to mind. You know, the African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with friends. And this project has been a great reminder of that, where we can only get so far on our own. That's why UC Irvine reached out to OCC, because I think as a team we can do the impossible together. So seeing the faculty work with the students, watching the students get emotional and tearing up over this project, I didn't think I'd ever see a project like that. So seeing it transform the students from going from shy kind of participants to active leaders has been a really great experience for me. And I'm sure that's your sentiment shared by all of you. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for this award.
Everybody said some really great things. Just thank you to the team. Wow, these guys were here every day. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you.
Fred, are you ready?
Now I'm going to announce the winner, first place. First, never doubt the power of education. First, a drum roll. Can I get a drum roll? Oh, that's the best you can do? Oh, first place for the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon 2023 goes to Rancho Cielo.
Wow, this is incredible. So many talk about being emotional. I hope I get through this because it's been quite a ride with these students and this team, this staff, and the leadership of Rancho Cielo, the board of directors I mentioned before. It's just been a whole team coming together. But first of all, I want to thank all the other schools. This was tough, and I know it's been said so many times how hard work this was. Everybody put so much effort. This was a marathon to get to this point, and everybody in this room did that to make this whole event a success. And this team behind me, they rocked it, man. So awesome stuff. There's so many people to thank. There's so many people to thank back home, and would be up here all night, which you don't want, to talk about all the people on the staff, the entire school, the community that came together to make this a success. It's just, people can't be here today. Some people couldn't be here because they weren't feeling well. Other people were out having babies and all the things that go on in the real world. But people who really are doing things to make a difference in our community and building healthy, sustainable, environmentally friendly homes, that is the future of construction. Please go to our website and look at the Nexus one. There's some great information. We've had some great participation through, again, I said the community, but the people who put all this together. We have the architectural team. We have the students that put it together. Ed Bennett, I mentioned. Clyde Saylor was a mentor, a contractor. We have sponsorships that came from Don Chapin, and we have leadership through the CEO, Chris Deaver. And this one person, well, I'll let the next person introduce our founder, but I would love to bring up the chair, the president of Rancho Cielo. So if you can give her a round of applause. Christine, can you come? Janine Chikara.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Janine Chikara, and I actually happen to be married to the mayor of Carmel by the Sea, so I dragged my husband up here with me. And it takes a community. Monterey County is a very large, very diverse community, and we are very fortunate to have incredible leaders, both from the Salinas Valley as well as the Monterey Peninsula. And we couldn't be here today without these community leaders behind us, in particular Pete Scudder, who was just speaking, and Bill Hayward. But I know you want to say a few words, and at the end of the day, go ahead.
So let me just say real quickly, I'm a policy person. Every day I get up and I try to build consensus. I try to build collaboration. I try to set public policy. But I'm also a building contractor by trade. For 50 years, I've been in the industry. It does my heart really good to see another generation coming forward and saying, we can do better. We can make a difference. And it makes my heart warm to go ahead and see this happening today, to be part of this. To have this group of people here today that are so dedicated, so committed. I actually started crying when I heard this, that we were going to win the award. I was just so pleased. So thank you so much. Honestly, it's a pleasure. We can't thank you enough.
Yeah. I can't say enough about the students from Rancho Cielo. You guys are absolutely amazing. I turn to my husband, I go, I feel like I'm watching the movie Rudy right now. I mean, it is just what you've done and how you came together as a team is just remarkable, and we wouldn't be here without all of you, so thank you very much.
Some of you may not know how Rancho Cielo got started. I was a judge, was sending kids away, and I wanted to give them an alternative and start building a vocational center. The county said it was impossible. They couldn't do it. I formed a nonprofit. My feasibility study said it was impossible, and that's when I reached out to the community. The community came in behind me and built this 100-acre facility that's quite remarkable. Come and visit us sometime. Mayor Potter, he was one of the supervisors at the time that allowed me to take control of the 100-acre facility so we could do it. So when this thing came up and they talked about building this sustainable house with a brand new class of kids and then taking it apart and bringing it down 350 miles away and then putting it back together and competing against colleges, some of the most recognized and respected colleges, I said, well, wait a minute. And that's when Pete Scudder and Bill Hayward, and they said, wait a minute. That's how we built this ranch, is the community all coming in to work with us and doing it that way. And so it's been an amazing ride, and these kids have had an opportunity, our students, to have an opportunity they'd never had before. So we built a great sustainable house, but boy, we really improved and built some great lives in the process. You saw those kids when they came in. They didn't have the motivation, they didn't have the skills and knowledge, they didn't have the self-esteem, the self-respect, and everything else that they have now. And to me, the house was the byproduct. The lives we built up in the process was really important. So thank you, all of you, for everything you've done for us.
I'm Bill Hayward. I've been in the construction industry and a sustainability leader for 30 years. I want to thank the organizers of the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon for giving our industry a chance to highlight our role in climate change. And the first thing that they did is they helped us create a more sustainable future for these amazing students and all the students that are in this room. And as we think about our role in the industry, I want to remind ourselves that what we understand today is that all buildings are as energy efficient as the buildings we have here today, built by high school and college kids. We would solve 1/3 of the global carbon footprint issue. And if we add what we can do with forests, it gets to 50%. We hold a key, and we need to accelerate it. And we're now doing it on the West Coast, thanks to this decathlon being here. So let's make it happen fast.
Wow, I'm Chris Stevers. I'm the CEO of Rancho Cielo, and I got to say I'm fired up. Kind of proud of our people and our program right now, but there are other people I want you to hear from, so I'm going to be relatively short. I want to say and just kind of echo what the judge had to say. This was a community project for us. We're the only high school here, and this is about hope and opportunity and belief in oneself and a team to make it happen. But it's all the donors, and there are 3 specifically behind me here, Don Chapin, Bill Hayward, Pete Scudder, that really made this happen. It was the support of my board. We have 5 board members here led by my board president, with the mayor of Carmel, her husband, and the support from that level has just been tremendous. We have family members here of our students. Can you raise your hands, por favor? Sí, tenemos, sí. So we have family members here. We have all of our incredible staff led by Joe DeRusi, and we were on the ground with high school kids for 21 days. And we're going to go through a month when this thing gets closed down. And I just want to thank all the staff that was on the ground and the students, most of all, who endured all this. And this was about them. This was about their growth. This was about doing something that couldn't be done. This was about working hard, following directions, showing up. And they were absolutely impeccable. And they have been a part of this from the very beginning, from the design side all the way through to today, they were in the house today leading all of the tours, and I just couldn't say that I am so proud of them and their accomplishment and their ability and openness and willingness to grow as a person and to learn and to be better. And I hope that they've been inspired by all of this, because we certainly have been inspired by them. So I thank them, and I thank everybody who supported us and all of you for being here. Josue, do you want to share some?
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to put light and shine on the competition overall and what it means. It means, to me, new knowledge of building and construction means eye-opening opportunities, and it means improving speaking skills. The speaking skills, just being here, you can improve day by day. To me, I like to thank Rancho just because at a normal high school, you wouldn't have these opportunities or have these chances at all. Learning skills one-on-one, you know, it's a good wraparound service just to have. And you learn real construction, hand-on construction. So a little bit about me, my future career, I'd like to be a roofer or like an electrical apprentice. My school is gonna be part-time. I'm gonna be into STEM. I'm gonna be taking extra classes like construction management, and it's just a lot being here and more on a personal level. It changed my life by making me realize that there's always more out there than we think. Thank you.
So we'll make this very quick. I want to say thank you to all of you, and thank you to our team at Ecologic Architects, especially our senior designer, Lauren Cowan Higuchi. We called this project Nexus for a reason. If you think about the thousands of parts that come together to build a house, it's a nexus of these parts coming together, and they all have to work holistically. If you think about the 200, 300, maybe even 400 people that came together to collaborate, this is just a small part, to collaborate to make this project possible, that's a nexus. Rancho Cielo is a nexus of success because it brings students in contact with professionals, with sponsors, with teachers. It's a nexus of education. And I really want to thank this competition as a nexus as well, because it brought together amazing minds, amazing people, so much potential, and that whole spirit of co-opetition really took us all to the next level. So I want to thank you all for coming today, and thank you for this honor.
Hi, I'm Laura Cowan Higuchi. I wanted to just say I can't be more proud of our students, our team, but also I'd like to say very much thank you, not only to our sponsors, but all of the industry experts who came together to help us make this project better, including Marc La Liberté, Bill Hayward, Larry Weingarten, and Monterey Energy Group, and everyone else who participated in helping us understand how to bring this house together, again, as part of that nexus. So thank you.
I'm definitely not a speaker, so I'll keep this very short. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Mike. I won't go into our sponsors. We did that enough, but this is definitely for my students. Everybody at Rancho Cielo, and these 10 students that are here that put their heart and soul into this. Thank you.
I guess I'm the one closing up the speech, but overall, I think my experience here was truly the best. Learning from these guys, especially instructor Ed, we've totally learned a lot. And it's just honestly a true blessing to wake up every day to have these opportunities. And like Josue said, not any ordinary high school would give you the chance to be in competition with colleges and universities. And I'm truly grateful for that. Thank you.
You know, I don't know about you, but I feel like I've just been in a movie of the perfect story. You know, I wasn't quite sure what to expect, this being the first Orange County Sustainability Decathlon. We all know the importance of sustainability, and so many of these wonderful students have walked away with awards. But for me, what I walked away with is a recognition and appreciation that sustainability is about humanity. You know, there's so many students here, and they all participated. It doesn't matter where you placed, because you showed up, and you showed us something important. Despite whatever adversity you went through, whatever that may be, that you continue to dream. You didn't let people tell you that you're not good enough, that you can't do it, you shouldn't do it. You were bold and you went after your dreams because you believed. And because of what I saw, I think you made so many people like me believe that dreams are possible. And you taught us something much more than just about sustainable building. And I truly thank you for that. And for all the people that have been part of this journey, those who are here, those who are not back home, everyone who has been part of this journey really deserves a round of applause. So let's give everybody a round of applause. And I know that you will remember this. I know they'll remember this. And we should never forget, because this is what life is all about. There's a lot of atrocities, things and happening in the world. But moments like this where we celebrate goodness, where we celebrate people, that just fills our soul and our heart again. And I've been so privileged, and I thank you all. I thank the organizers for including me. I am just so thankful that I was here to share all this with everyone. And it's come to the end. Yeah, I know you guys are relieved. You guys go celebrate. It's time for celebration. But before you go, that's right, I'm going to bring up for the last time the fabulous Diva Oya.
Thank you, June. She said that she connected to the quality of appreciation. We appreciate you, June. Thank you so much. I would love for everyone to give June and all of you give yourselves one big, healthy, serious, super duper round of applause for everything that you've done. That just made a couple of notes here. This young man said his experience here was the best. That is what it's all about. The nexus of education, coming together in love. Someone else said, if you want to go far, you do it with friends. And you know what's so amazing? It wasn't just homes that were built here, was it? It was friendships, the opportunities. I mean, real, tangible opportunities, ideas, innovation. That is really connecting and helping us for a sustainable future, to help communities and our beautiful planet. So bless all of you for all the work that you're doing, and continue to shine like the stars you are. So I just have one announcement and one big super duper thing we want to do. Just want to remind you that we open back up at 10 a.m. for the public all the way to 9 o'clock. So if you haven't checked out all the homes, please make sure you do that. And please make sure you share about this wonderful event and have as many other people that you know to come. Now, before we end this, I want every team to get on this stage, because we're going to take a super duper amazing group photo with everyone that was involved with this event. Come on up here. Come on up. Squeeze on in. Squeeze on in. Come on up here. We want to take an amazing group photo to commemorate this special event, this special moment. I know it's a lot of people, but come on up, let's squeeze in. We want to commemorate this special moment. Everybody on the teams, come on up, come on up. Everybody.